So let's try this for a third time, if I can hit the right unmute button at the right time. So we're gonna do a special edition for the 2A rally. If anyone wants to join the panel, just say something, and I shall try to get you a link out there. So we will be discussing beforehand what's going on and like kind of what we're hoping is going to be said during the 2A rally. I really want to hear if GOA is going to touch on like some of the fights that they're doing, especially all the ones that are out in the ninth, dealing with like California. Some updates there would be great. I know we're getting hit and miss pieces from other people, but the actual group that is funding a lot of this fights, you know, like Becerra v. Benitez, you know. So the rally is actually going to be just virtual. They're doing it all online because they can't actually do it in DC. This was supposed to be the second annual in DC, but they couldn't get permits because of the pandemic or scandemic, however you want to refer to it. So this is all just going to be online. Welcome, Moo. I see I'll start again. We have Gun Loving Grandpa as the first person that was here, and Mad Sexy, and then now we've got Mr. Moo out there. Again, if you guys want to join the panel, say something. I'll throw you a link. I'm probably going to talk up to the point where the rally starts, which is about 20 minutes away. And then I'm going to try not to talk much during the actual rally so that I'm not talking over the top of any of the speakers. If there's something that I really need to say, or if there's a panelist that decides they want to join, wants to say, if we keep it short and sweet so we're not over talking the speakers, that would be awesome. So is there anything that you guys are hoping to hear out of this rally? And again, I'll be doing the Saturday evening chats. I have another stream already set up so that after this is over, we can go ahead and switch over to that. This way, this pretty much stream stays just the 2A rally and not go off onto some random tangents and get lost. So yeah, I mean, supporting the GOA, supporting FPC is great. Supporting Cal Guns is, but also supporting your local state. Like here in Oregon, we have OFF, Oregon Firearm Federation, and so I like to support them. Welcome, Gorillas and Guns. How is your schooling going? I know you're trying to do some gunsmithing. Awesome. And actually, I'm just going to... I'll post the link out in the chat if people want to. Jump on, they can. Nice thing about here, I have control of who gets to jump in. Yep, VCDL does a hell of a lot of good stuff out in Virginia. So yeah, there's a lot of great local, state organizations that are out helping, and some of your bigger states have multiple different ones. So if like you're in some of those that have 2 or 3 different um, groups, I'd probably say do a little research and see which one's actually doing the most good before you just throwing money. Wow, nice. Huh. That is a good. I will definitely have to look into Cal guns. So, in your gunsmithing, are you just learning the basics of it? The tearing down and reassembly, cleaning, you know, diagnosing of problems that could happen or that have already happened, or are you learning how to go in and modify, you know, things and actually, custom make grips or I know with custom making barrels you have to have a lot more machines, and so I'm not sure that they would teach that in a schooling. Maybe if it was hands on. Huh. That's that's gotta be uh kind of stressful at some points. So yeah, because you got to be able to learn how to run certain machines, lathes and CNCs and stuff like that. With CNCs, you got to learn also the computer side of programming. So yeah, that that could be a pain in the butt. Yes, and the thing is, if it happens in California or the case that's happening out of Hawaii, that's a big win for the Knights. And then again, other you know districts are going to look at that and go, okay, and they can base their rulings on judgments that have already, hey, this is, because you're saying, the rulings happened, so there is precedent, is the word I've been looking. So you have the precedent coming out of the ninth for overturning things like in New York or overturning stuff in Virginia, you know. So, yeah. Yeah, so the 9th is Alaska, Washington, Oregon, California, Arizona, Hawaii. I want to say Idaho also. Dremels can be done for certain things. I probably wouldn't try making a barrel with a Dremel. And I see we have another fellow Oregonian out there, Mr. CB. Welcome. So, yes. So, yeah, I'm pretty amped up of getting to hear. I think we have over 30 speakers that are going to be talking today. So, that will be pretty cool. I mean, you've got Ivy 8888, Tony Simon says train, Rob Pincus, Chris Cheng, who's also another thing. Mr. Top Shot Chris Cheng will be on the live stream November, the second Saturday in November. So I believe that is the 14th. So this rally is the second annual that's coming out, that was supposed to be done over in Washington, D.C. like they did last year. And since they can't actually host the 2A rally in person, they're going to be doing it all virtually. And so Rob Pincus is one of the people that has been kind of doing the coordinating and everything. And he was on Sandhill Shooter Tuesday night. And so there were some people asking, hey, where can we watch it? And so I said, hey, I'll stream it on here so that people can come and watch it here. So, yes. I don't think anyone from Demo Ranch is part of that. I can pull up the email and so you have Pete Brunell, Chris Cheng, John Crump, Rolando, and Johanna, which is Locked and Loaded Latinos. Craig from FPC, Kevin DIXIE, Todd Fossey, Nick Fritatis, I'm probably butchering some of these names, Alan Gottlieb, Jahara Hitchens, Jim Irvin, Arargo J, Leo, I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name. Not going to happen. Dana, yeah, Loesch. Clint Marco, Rhonda Mary, Diana Muller, Aaron Paulette, Tim Peterson, Rob Pincus, Eric Pratt, YEHUDA REMER, which is Pew Pew Jew. If you guys watch him. Rebecca Schmo. Yeah, I'm pretty much butchering a lot of these names. So then you have Mary Collison, Tony Simon. Simon Says Train. Of course, we all know Tony Simon. Kim Stolfer, Amanda Sufacool, Christy Titus, Cheryl Todd, Dina Tomlin. I think that's the lady who owns the Rifle Cafe in Rifle, Colorado. Maj Toure, Mark Walters, Bree, Michelle Warner, and of course Eric IV 8888. So yes, those are the people they have listed. So just trying to go through that list wasted a hell of a lot of time, and again, I've probably butchered 90% of the names. So once this starts, I'm going to put it full screen so you won't really see me, and then I will mute my inline mic and leave the other mic running hot so that it will be able to actual simulcast. And then I will probably switch to just talking it in the chat room. So I'll just join you guys out there and listen along with you guys. So I see we have 5 people out there. Hopefully M. Gabriel shows up. So it looks like a lot of people are over on the 2A YouTube channel. So John Crump does a lot of writing for like Ammo Land. He also has a YouTube channel where he does like the fireside chats, and he is a GOA representative for Pennsylvania. So yeah, I think that's where. I mean, I'm subscribed to his YouTube page, and so I get a lot of the John Crump information. So that is the two-way rally YouTube page that I just posted the link to. That is, I'm not sure what they're going to do with that channel after today. Are they going to keep using it? I'm not sure. So I threw the link out there if you guys want to check it out. It is there. I don't think you've made anyone mad at all. I think we're all pretty much adults here. So looks like we are within 3 minutes of the rally to start. So I've got it all full screened out. So I am hidden from this. Hopefully, when it starts streaming on their page, we'll have a full screen ability so we don't have to have the big, huge white border. What's going on, poor conservative? Glad you could be here. And if I didn't see any comments in the video saying that we were going to do this on the Patriot in the Dark shirt I was wearing. I was wearing his the Patriot in the Dark new shirt, so it was pretty good. Virginia, not. I was thinking it was Pennsylvania, but I knew he was a person from GOA. I always forget. So we are 1 minute away from the start. So let's get this party started. Yeah, he does. And here we go. We are starting.
Please prepare to join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. All right, welcome
hey folks,
to the
Dana
2A
Lash here,
rally.
nationally syndicated talk radio host, author, and Second Amendment advocate. Thank you so much for showing up to the Rally for Your Rights, or really the Rally for Our Rights. This is a crazy busy time because it's a general election year and we're rolling right into the November election, and there are going to be a lot of things up for question. A lot of people are wondering what's going to happen with a number of cases that could be heading towards the Supreme Court and have lasting determinations on our natural Second Amendment rights. So I hope that when you're out there this November, gun vote, just remember, gun vote. And that's one of the things I love about the Second Amendment community and people who are involved in the advocacy of this, because we come from all walks of life, from all areas of the country, and we may disagree on a number of other issues, but the one issue that we all come together on is the issue of our natural right of Second Amendment self-defense. And we can all agree that this needs to be protected, which is why we're all doing what we're doing and why we are all here today. So big thanks to Chris and Rob and Diana and everyone else who put this together. And maybe next time we can all be together in person, although I was looking forward to seeing everybody. I mean, maybe not being in DC, but I very much was looking forward to seeing everybody. But I know that we will again very soon. So keep up the advocacy, keep up the hard work. God bless America, and thank God for the Second Amendment.
Thank you so much, Dana, for that warm welcome and the opening of the 2020 2A Rally for Your Rights. I'm Top Shot Chris Chang, coming to you live from San Francisco, California. Probably not the city that you imagine hearing during a pro-Second Amendment rally, but today we're going to be hearing from 30 amazing speakers from all across the country, and I'm incredibly honored and excited to be one of your 3 co-MCs. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Rob Pincus.
So I think we're having some sound issues with Rob. Not sure if you can hear me or not. Rob, give us a thumbs up if you can hear me. I am Cheryl Todd. I am one of your MCs and very honored and excited to be here today and be included in this amazing event. Last year, it was, of course, in our nation's capital, and I was fortunate to be one of the speakers at that time. And we really thought that was going to be a one and done, because we were told that, you know, the 2A community doesn't do rallies. Well, apparently we do, and we do them quite well. And I know that we've had an incredible turnout, not only last year, but this year that we've had to go virtual. I know we have thousands upon thousands of people who have come together, watching from their favorite smart device in the comfort of their home, or maybe while they're on vacation, all over the world. I guarantee you we have people joining us from all over the world. And this is the culmination of months of hard work and planning. And I appreciate so much that Rob not only was part of putting together last year's, but has been the force behind this year's. And we have, some unseen hands that are helping us with this process today. And Paul Lathrop is behind the scenes, planning to stay behind the scenes, but he is really the person that is making this all come together today and keeping us on track. So Paul Lathrop from the Polite Society podcast, thank you for that. And Rob, do we have your sound now?
I am. I'm here. I'm not sure what happened. I guess I'm back. So as I was saying, I just finished the NRA annual meeting of the members. And as Cheryl just covered so well, we hope to be in DC, but we're not. We're doing it virtually. I don't need to get back into that. I will say that I am incredibly grateful from the bottom of my heart, the bottom of my brain, the back of my brain, the front of my brain, everywhere I could possibly be appreciative for the work that Paul is doing in the background to make sure this is working. As you all saw when we got ready to pledge, I suddenly realized, I can't sit while I'm doing the pledge. I got to stand and I had to adjust my camera angle. So expect that kind of stuff all day. It's going to be fun. It's a little bit awkward to do it through the Facebook and the YouTube and wherever you're seeing this live. I appreciate so many people waiting. Hundreds of people literally were waiting for us to go live. And now I imagine hundreds more are sharing this. Hit the watch party, share. The one possible advantage of being a virtual rally this year is that you right now have the power to become a gun rights advocate instantly by sharing this feed. Screenshot this, screen record, screen capture your favorite speakers as we go through the day. We've got an incredible lineup. One of the things we've done is not even the speakers know what the lineup is, which is kind of fun for us. But it's also, I think, going to be fun for them because they aren't going to be tempted to say, oh, I'm done now. I'm going to jump into the comments. Hopefully they're going to be really engaged in the comments. Hopefully you're going to be really engaged in the comments. And I am right now going to throw this back to Cheryl so she can get us started with our first speaker and really kick this off. Expect about 3 hours of awesome starting now.
Thank you again so much, Rob. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, that first pancake that you make. It might look a little bit weird, but it's going to taste delicious. This rally today is going to be a wonderful time of being informed and inspired. And our next speaker embodies both of those ideals on a daily basis. Kevin DIXIE is a firearms trainer and the founder of a program called Aiming for the Truth, which actively works on getting to the roots of what ails too many of our communities across the nation, healing broken families in order to heal broken communities. Kevin DIXIE.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second annual Second Amendment rally. And I understand that we are attending this one in a virtual manner, but I thank you for taking the time out to watch. My name is Kevin DIXIE. Everybody calls me Katie. Please do so. Remain casual with me. We're all friends. We're here to talk about the Second Amendment, right? And I have the privilege of traveling this country doing some pretty cool things, whether it's speaking in communities to do enrichment, outreach work, more whole healing of the human body, or whether it's teaching people to protect that human body. And the one thing that I've noticed is that we miss out on a lot of opportunities when it comes to the Second Amendment, right? And so I want to talk to you today about where can we go? And here's what I mean by that. I am probably not from where you're from. You're probably not from where I'm from, whether you immigrated into the country, whether you were born here, you were probably born in a different state. Even if you were born in the same state, it's a great chance you were born in a different city. We probably grew up around different cultures, doing different things. Your family's probably different. Our life experiences are different and all those things, right? But when we look at what the Second Amendment is, let's just really pause and think about that. It is the true form of freedom that has a tangible representation, being the gun, right? It is the one thing that affords you freedom that actually has something you can hold in your hand and understand, oh, this affords me that. This is going to make sure that I can protect who I am, where I'm from, my culture, my beliefs, my persons, all those things. And what we are missing is the fact that the Second Amendment and the things that it affords us, especially this tangible object, we've missed where we can go together. And that's what I want us to realize. What we do in fighting for our rights brings us together. I don't care who you are, where you come from. If you're watching this, that means you care about the Second Amendment. At minimum, you're curious about the Second Amendment. That means that now I'm in front of you. That means that now we're connected, even though it might just be by video because COVID had different plans for us. But that means we're still connected. When we meet at different functions around the country, we are connected. When you go to your local gun range, whether you talk to the person you're shooting next to or not, you are then connected. And how many times at the range have you seen or been a part of the process where somebody has a cool gun and they let somebody else shoot it? And that person probably doesn't look like them, probably doesn't have the same political beliefs as they do, but nobody cares about that. They're like, hey, come on over, shoot this gun, shoot my ammo. I don't care. Just come have a good time, be a part of what I'm enjoying, because the Second Amendment brings us together. When we look at all the chaos around the country, the Second Amendment community is saying, hey, we need to remain together. These are the things that we should be pushing for. Where can we go as one people together via the Second Amendment? It is the ultimate cure for this disease of separation. It truly is. Now, the reason that I fell into guns and that I became in love and ingrained in this might be different than you. And that's fine. That is fine. I come from an area where guns were only carried by cops or criminals. That's it. There was really no middle ground. So growing up, I didn't know there was a middle ground until I took a job with a PD. I didn't understand that everyday Joes and Jills, if you will, could carry around something to protect themselves. I always thought that you have to just wake up, pray, and then pray that you make it home. But coming from the harsh environment I came from, coming from desperation, coming from poverty, the Second Amendment has now afforded me, look at my backdrop. I'm a kid from the inner city of St. Louis. Now I'm standing in northern New Mexico. I get to travel the country and view cool products, meet great people. I get to learn more about entrepreneurship. I am a guy that is now an entrepreneur based off what the Second Amendment has afforded me. I get to interact with people that we always don't agree, but this armed society thing, being a polite society, we always respect each other as human beings first. And then we can have a casual conversation. We can still hug and shake hands and understand that we all really want the same thing. We just take different paths of getting there. So instead of allowing this country to continue to divide us, while you're watching this, I want you to think about where we can go together under the umbrella and the tutelage of what the Second Amendment provides. Who are you? Who can you align with, and where can we go under this umbrella of freedom? Because it brings us together more than it separates us. And we have to remind the country of that, because we just don't carry guns. We just don't believe in the Second Amendment. We believe in America, what she can be, and where we can all go in a unified form and a unified front together. So this has been Kevin DIXIE. I'm thankful that you watched this year's virtual Second Amendment rally. I am happy to be here with you. I hope that everything in your families are going well. And I hope that you understand that what you were doing, what you were supporting is valuable. We need it. And I look forward to seeing you all at the finish line of freedom, together, united, because that's where the Second Amendment can take us. Thank you very much. Have a great one.
Thank you, Katie. What a delightful speech. And I especially like the question that you asked, where can we go together? That is a key theme and a key focus for the 2A rally, is uniting in a singular strong front against anti-gun entities who want to strip us of our Second Amendment rights. So thank you, Katie, for that powerful, powerful message. I'm going to hand it off to Rob Pincus, who is now going to introduce our next speaker.
Yeah, Kevin is just such a sincere guy, and it's always great to hear that kind of sincerity from anybody, but particularly in the Second Amendment community. He's not the guy that I want to meet in the alley, but he might be the guy I want to go to, for a hug if I need it too. He's a great guy. The next guy we're going to introduce is YEHUDA REMER. And YEHUDA is, again, just incredibly sincere. This guy is passionate about the amendment. I think it's just about the most passionate thing that he has in his life. Of course, he's really a great family guy, and he is an observant Orthodox Jew. And he wanted to make sure that everyone knew that this speech that he is about to give, that we're about to show, because today is the Sabbath, he would not have been able to do this if we were live on a Saturday. He recorded this ahead of time, and I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the words from YEHUDA.
Hello, my name is. Here, I find myself speaking before you, filled with a sense of hope for the future. Why, you might ask, do I still feel hope for a country that seems like there is no turning back from the turmoil it finds itself in? Quite simply, and as Patrick Henry said, it is natural for man to indulge in the illusions of hope. But is hoping for a better tomorrow really an illusion, or is it something attainable? Every action we take as a nation should be guided by a stronger and better future. So I ask you a question Abraham Lincoln once asked. Can this country be saved upon that basis? I contend that it could be, but only if we embrace the Second Amendment. You see, the only way to ensure that we as a people remain free and prosperous is through 27 words that are worth fighting for. The 27 words that make up the Second Amendment separate free people from tyranny. The right to self-defense is a blessing bestowed on us by God, and we should not take it for granted. But with all the division, how can we rally around the Second Amendment? From within our own borders, our very way of life is being threatened by gun grabbers who want to restrict how we choose to defend ourselves. From outside our borders, the United Nations calls on Americans to rid themselves of their firearms. How long until we have a president who is willing to comply with them? The Second Amendment is currently being attacked by enemies, foreign and domestic, and to take away our ability to defend ourselves is to take away our life. It's time to put an end to that and to bury the divide in the United States. At this moment in history, America requires exceptional leaders because, as Lance Morrow once said, leaders make things possible. Exceptional leaders make them inevitable. The men and women speaking to you today are some of those exceptional leaders who will make those things inevitable. The diverse group of men and women, not just speaking to you today, but throughout America, who value their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, understand that without the Second Amendment, those freedoms vanish. We speakers represent only a microcosm of what gun grabbers fear the most, a diverse and unified group of American patriots. Like each and every American, we have our own story that is unique to why we defend the Second. I'm an Orthodox Jew who lost over 60 relatives during the Holocaust and refused to let it happen again. Never again means nothing if you are not willing to do something about it. That is my story. But like every one of you, I'm also the people, the militia, and a proud American. I believe in freedom. I believe that America is a good and just place. The United States is that shining city on a hill, a beacon of hope. The diversity amongst freedom-loving Americans proves that. The diversity of those that embrace the Second Amendment defends that. America is truly the last great hope for mankind, and that is why, more than ever, standing shoulder to shoulder with people from different backgrounds, those that make up the best this country has to offer, is imperative. We have an obligation as proud Second Amendment advocates to ensure that America's best days are still to come. Understand this: you can only protect your liberties in this world by protecting the other man's freedom. You can only be free if I am free. With the help of Americans who value their freedom and how the Second Amendment defends it, we will get our country back on its feet. I'm reminded of a line from a letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote to James Madison, which states, "What country can preserve its liberties if the rulers are not warned from time to time that their people reserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms." Thank you very much.
YEHUDA, thank you so much for that history lesson, walking us back a little bit in history, and that reminder that if one person among us is not free, then none of us are. Such a powerful message, and YEHUDA set such a great example that being busy or having scheduling issues are no excuse not to show up and speak up to protect and defend our Bill of Rights, because as an Orthodox Jew, YEHUDA did pre-record that message so that he could faithfully observe the Sabbath during this time today while the rest of us are meeting. And I am constantly inspired by you, Yehuda. And those of you watching, if you follow him, you will see that he actually makes some of the most hilarious t-shirts I've ever seen. And I happen to own one. Tactical Shark, pew, 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 pew. You're welcome. If you know the song, it's now in your head. So he does a great job with that. And he is equally comfortable using very serious history and humor to get his point across. And he actually, I'm bragging now, but he calls me his Second Amendment mom. And I wear that badge, that title with honor. Chris, who do we have coming up next?
All right. So coming up next is one of my close personal friends. Her name is DIANNA MULLER, and she is a force to be reckoned with. DIANNA MULLER is a retired police officer who served 22 years with the Tulsa Police Department. She is a ferocious and fierce three-gun athlete, a certified firearms instructor, and is the founder of the organization, the DIXIE Project, Women for Gun Rights. The DIXIE Project started off as one woman representing every single state, visiting our nation's capital and speaking to our elected officials and advocating for our Second Amendment rights. I am proud and honored to welcome and introduce our next speaker, DIANNA MULLER.
Hello, all of you lovers of the Second Amendment. Say it with me. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. What brilliant men crafted this country. I'd like to give you a quick update on the DIXIE Project, Women for Gun Rights. 2020 has definitely turned our world upside down, but it has actually given the DIXIE Project an opportunity to grow. In the beginning, we were just one woman from every state, visiting our legislators in Washington, D.C. once a year. But this year, we've asked that one woman that has been participating in our national effort to go back to her state and be the state director, recruiting and organizing women to visit their legislators locally and at the state capitol. This means that we have opened the floodgates and are looking for as many women as we can find to help us be a counter voice and a counter visual to the red shirts of Moms Demand Action. We have a hashtag Teal for 2A campaign, which encourages all of our ladies from the Second Amendment community and the firearms community to wear teal to hearings, rallies, or even running errands around town. The DIXIE Project offers our signature teal the hashtag Educate Not Legislate shirt online at dcproject.info/shop. You can support or join at that website. Speaking of support, we're looking for our own Bloomberg. Last year, Moms Demand Action had a $36 million budget, and I'm sure it's even more this election year. And speaking of Bloomberg, let's talk about that money. This time last year, Shannon Watts, the founder of Moms Demand Action, bragged in an interview that they outspent the NRA in Virginia. And we saw what happened to Virginia. Gun owners didn't pay attention until after the election resulted in an anti-gun governor, Senate, and House. Anti-gun bills were proposed and gun owners rallied, declaring 98% of their counties Second Amendment sanctuaries. Then in January, an estimated 50,000 of them gathered in the Capitol armed and peaceful, but these tyrants did not care. Right after the rally, they promptly passed several restrictive laws that will not keep people safer. It's only going to affect the law-abiding's ability to keep themselves and their families safe. I say that all to encourage you to find a Second Amendment candidate and not only vote for them, but more importantly, support them. Support them with your time, knock on doors, your talent. Are you a graphic artist, a CPA, or an organizer, or your treasurer? Pitch in $5, $500, whatever you can afford. I've given more money to this election cycle than I ever have. Anti-gun folks definitely put their money where their mouth is better than we do. Lastly, I spent a lot of hours contemplating on how we right this ship. Personally, I feel like this is a spiritual battle that starts with 2 Chronicles 7:14. But there are some worldly things that we can do. Find out who is running in your cities, your counties, your states. Start with the school board. I was floored to find out that there's not one conservative voice in the Tulsa Public School Board. We have to find sound constitutional people to shape our kids, or we won't have any constitution in the future. And I think AOC has set the bar pretty low when it comes to being a congressman. So if you can swim, consider running for the swamp. The bottom line is it is up to us. It's an honor to address you today, and I want to thank the committee for having me. Hopefully we'll be back together in our nation's capital soon. Until then, be brave and be safe.
She is absolutely one of the greatest advocates we've got in the community. You know, great career as a competitive shooter and incredibly influential now on the gun rights advocacy side. And she was a little bit shy or maybe self-deprecating there. She's a member of the committee. She was a member of the organizing committee that really did help put all of this together. So we are absolutely proud to have her on the organizing committee and as a speaker. And Chris, I think you're going to tell us about our next speaker.
Indeed. And yeah, I also want to give a quick shout out to DIANNA Muller for being part of the organizing committee for today's 2A rally. Thank you so much. Lots of love. For our next speakers, we have a husband and wife duo, the Locked and Loaded Latinos. Johanna and Rolando have been firearms enthusiasts for almost a decade, but after attending last year's 2A rally, they were inspired to get out on the road and advocate for our Second Amendment rights. And they embody exactly what we are hoping for as a result of this rally, is that something you may hear from one of our amazing 30 speakers today may inspire you to get up out of your couch, away from your keyboard, or digging deep into your keyboard, but advocating for our Second Amendment rights, because silence is compliance. And if we don't speak up, we are putting our rights at risk. So Johanna and Rolando, they are also hosts of a weekly podcast in both English and Spanish called Locked and Loaded Latinos. And with that, Rolando and Johanna.
Hello and bienvenidos. I'm Rolando, and this is my wife, Johanna. Together, we're the Locked and Loaded Latinos. Last November, we traveled to Washington, D.C. to show our support for the inaugural 2A rally, and were inspired by the words and the people from all around the country that we met that day. 1 year later, we're honored to stand before you all.
Rolando and I are proof that anyone, including yourself, can make a difference in the fight to protect our constitutional rights. I'm a child of immigrants from South America and the Caribbean. Spanish was my primary language, and I was raised in a household where guns were considered taboo and a danger to society. In the last few years, I have gone from seeing guns as recreational to understanding the importance they hold in maintaining our freedom and protecting our lives and those of our loved ones. The catalyst for this mindset change was a tragic Parkland massacre a short distance from our home, and the subsequent overreach from the Florida state government in passing unconstitutional red flag laws. We knew after this that politicians on both sides of the aisle would abandon our Second Amendment without hesitation. Our community was hit with a tragic loss of life and that of our freedom.
Firearms are a loaded topic in the Latin American community. Many who've immigrated to this country from Central and South America fled from corrupt and authoritarian governments suppressing their rights or the violence of drug cartels and human trafficking. How many of us watched the people of Venezuela helpless when their government ran them down in the streets of Caracas with armored vehicles, or heard stories of cartel atrocities that rival those of any terrorist group? Only those abusing power have or need guns. At least that's what the Spanish language and mainstream media would have us believe. We're here today to dispel that lie. We're proud Americans, proud Latinos, and proud gun owners. Living in South Florida, you hear more than one story from the Cuban dissidents about the communist revolution and all that they lost. Cuba was a free and prosperous nation and a prime example for us. We must never allow that to happen here, and the Second Amendment is our check against such a fate.
People throughout the world come to the United States in search of a better life, but all too often they don't understand the very rights that are the foundation which makes it all possible. It needs to be our duty as Americans, both natural born and immigrants, to become better ambassadors of freedom and educators of the Constitution for the next generation of gun owners and Americans alike. How do we do this? It can be as easy as talking to those around you, educating your friends and your family on their rights and about firearms. Education is essential. Living in an era where so-called experts can go on TV and spout on about double-barrel extended magazine clips or assault weapons. We must take control of our narrative and facts while also showing empathy for our peers who may be new to or reluctant about firearms. Fear is the media's weapon of choice, and one we must refrain from using ourselves. We need bold honesty, compassion for our fellows, and patience as they deconstruct a narrative that has been decades in the making.
The founders strove to form a more perfect union when they created the United States of America. Throughout our history, we haven't always lived up to this aspiration as a nation, but we've come so far, and I can say that during our lifetime, we've edged that much closer to the vision of a shining city on a hill. This is in no small part due to the men and women who bore arms and stood strong, fuerte. Today, as in days long past, there are forces both foreign and domestic trying to divide us. We must stand firm in our resolve and unite in defense of the Second Amendment and Constitution if we have any chance of winning the fight for our rights. It's said that history is written by the victors. If that is truly the case, then we need to make sure that our aim is true, our powder is dry, and that we have plenty of ink. I'm Rolando, the Puerto Rican pistolero.
And I'm Johanna, the Latina Locked and Loaded.
And we are the Locked and Loaded Latinos. Thank you.
Thank you, Ro and Joe. Gracias. That's about the only Spanish word I can say intelligently. But I love that these two started this podcast recently, and they go through the Constitution and read a segment at a time in both English and Spanish, expanding the audience beyond anything that I could do. And with the work that we do at Gun Freedom Radio. And so it is that kind of diversity and advocacy that is really, truly moving the ball, I believe, on bringing back to closer to what our founding fathers intended as our inheritance of liberty and freedom. And Rob, I have you to thank for even knowing, for me even meeting Johanna and Rosalie. Do you know why?
I don't know. I want to hear the detail part. I might be able to guess, but you tell me for real.
Absolutely. It was because of your work putting the rally together last year. I met them at a breakfast that was being held. Kevin DIXIE, one of our earlier speakers today, was part of putting together this breakfast. And I was supposed to be there as one of the seasoned advocates to be there to, talk to the younger people, the newer voices. And honestly, I have to tell you, I learned much more than I imparted that day. And if you hadn't have pushed forward with our first rally, I don't know that A, I would have met that wonderful couple, or B, that they would be doing the work that they're doing now. So thank you for that.
There was, just like you guys know how much work you and Chris and Diana and a lot of others, Paul now with today's broadcast, have put into this. There were a lot of people working very, very hard to make sure last year's rally happened. And honestly, I credit the speakers, and that breakfast that Kevin and others put together, I couldn't make it because I was busy doing the coordinating for the live event last year. I wish I'd been there because so many great stories. In fact, a bunch of our speakers actually mentioned that breakfast this morning, that they had that morning. This morning, I was actually working with Jeff Knox, who was one of our other committee members last year, who was at least as busy as I was putting together the 2019 event. One of the things that obviously you and Chris mentioned here is that Ro and Joe are new. Right, they're hard charging. They are so passionate. They are, growing their followers, growing their likes, growing their influence. But they are just so excited about this. And while Rolo was definitely engaged, Joe I met for the first time at the rally, and she has just kind of come onto the scene with huge influence and a huge voice, and both of them are very inspiring, and they've already inspired a bunch of people. Our next speaker, I feel like I'll be saying the same thing, maybe in about 8 minutes, possibly, at this time next year. Rhonda Mary. She is someone that I really did not know at all. She's one of the very few speakers that I wasn't sure, what I had to like Google and go look and see, like Rhonda Marie Vids on Instagram. She's a firecracker. She has a great personal story. And I think that's one of the things that people have to understand what we're doing here today. We are mixing up categories. We kind of we said, oh, this one's more political, legal. This one's more about inclusiveness. And everybody kind of touches on a lot of these things, but there's a bunch of really strong personal stories here. And this one, I think, is one that a lot of people are going to be inspired by. I'm so glad that Rhonda has joined us as a voice, as a gun rights advocate. And I want you to hear what she has to say.
Hey y'all, my name is Rhonda Mary, and I am from the great state of Mississippi. Now, believe it or not, even though I was born and raised in the Deep South, right in the heart of the Bible Belt, I was not around a gun-friendly culture. In fact, whether it was by word of mouth, media, entertainment, I was always being taught that gun ownership was only for white supremacists and gang members and school shooters. I've come to learn that that is just not the fact. In fact, oftentimes the contributions and the sacrifices that Black Americans have made for the Second Amendment are oftentimes hidden and omitted. Okay, like the Deacons of Defense, that were a self-defense group that was formed in 1965 after the assassination of Malcolm X. Like Black codes, laws, and regulations put into place to limit the freedoms, including gun ownership, of newly emancipated Americans, like the Mulford Act that was inspired by the Black Panthers after they opened carry on the California Capitol steps. Earl Little, the father of Malcolm X, who oftentimes was being harassed by angry mobs, and agents one day showed up at his door to confiscate his firearms. And C.O. Chin from the also great state of Mississippi, who was charged with murder after trying to defend his life up until the Supreme Court ended up reversing the decision. Now, these are just a few of the examples of some of the contributions that Black Americans have made to the Second Amendment and gun rights. These are lesser known stories that are oftentimes hidden and omitted. And this is purposefully done, okay? This is not by accident. I think I know why. I think it has a little bit to do with the fact that these stories are too empowering. It's too much freedom. And then you end up with people like me, like, who will never not talk about the importance of the Second Amendment again, who become responsible gun owners who have the desire to protect ourselves and our families. So this is why the Second Amendment is important to me. And I think that it's important for you and I to not only share more of these stories and these hidden gems, but talk about these things proudly and boldly, because the Second Amendment really is for everyone.
Wow. Yeah, her ending there of talking about the Second Amendment proudly and boldly is something that resonates with me so deeply, because I'll be very honest, when I got into Second Amendment advocacy, I wasn't saying things as strongly and as boldly as I do today. And like most people, when you start getting into something, you're not necessarily great at it. And I want to encourage people to not be afraid to speak boldly, to speak loudly, even if it's uncomfortable, even if you're nervous, and it's hard, but our rights are at stake. And this is where it's incredibly important to dig deep and tell your story. Make it personal. Why is the Second Amendment important to you? And so when you're at the Thanksgiving table or Christmas dinner coming up here in a few months and talking to your relatives and friends about maybe it's the Second Amendment rally or the time you just went to the range and you had a great time, but you have to tell everybody, why is the Second Amendment important to you? So thank you to Rhonda Mary for that great, great message. Cheryl, who do we got next?
We have coming up Eric Pratt. Now, Eric is one of those people who is everywhere and doing everything, but he does it in such a way with so much humility that you and I have seen and felt the impact of his work without most of us ever realizing the personal investment that he made. Eric lifts up and empowers other grassroots advocates and helps give them a louder voice. And his organization, the GOA, Gun Owners of America, has been instrumental in preserving our rights in the courts for years. Without further ado, Eric Pratt.
Hi, my name is Eric Pratt, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Gun Owners of America. And I want to thank you for watching this year's special video edition of the Second Amendment Rally. As I record this video, gun sales in 2020 have set records by the millions because people are concerned for their safety. There's rioting, mayhem, cities on fire. What a year it's been for needing the Second Amendment. But not to worry, though, the anti-gun media has assured us that it's all mostly peaceful, right? I mean, they couldn't report the truth if it was staring them in the face. But thankfully, most people can see through their bias. Americans are not buying the mostly peaceful spin, and people want to be able to protect themselves and their families. So it's no wonder that gun sales are at an all-time high. But you want to know something that's ironic? Many of the new buyers used to be anti-gun, yet now they're buying AR-15s. Literally, they are now buying the very guns they used to want to ban. And this is why the Second Amendment is so important. It protects everyone's rights. It doesn't matter if you're on the political right or the left. The Second Amendment protects your most important right, the right to protect your life. Look, this is something that is really personal for me. My dad bought his first gun in the 1960s when there were riots taking place all over the country. He heard a police chief on the radio say that if the rioters start moving into the suburbs, the police wouldn't be able to contain them. So he bought a gun. And as a little guy, I remember being at the gun shop when he bought his firearm. The same year he did that, my mom took me to her home country in Central America so she could work in my great uncle's campaign for president. And he actually won the election and became the president, but only for a few days. A military coup hijacked the government, leaving several dictators to govern the nation for the next 20-some years. You see, that's what can happen when the government has most of the guns. And that's why we have a Second Amendment in this country. Not only so we can protect our families against criminals breaking into our homes, and so we can protect ourselves against rioters, but also, yes, so we can protect ourselves against a tyrannical government. Our founding fathers recognized that firearms were the ultimate check against a government that is bent on dominating the people of the country. And our founders lived this. I mean, it wasn't just theory for them. The Battle of Lexington and Concord in 1775 directly came about because the British were trying to confiscate their weapons. Our founders realized how important it is to have an armed people. And because firearms are to be a check against a bad, dangerous government, it makes no sense to think that politicians should be the ones to define our rights. Our rights are not given to us by the government. If that were the case, then our rights would be mere privileges. No, our founders said in the Declaration of Independence that everyone is endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. You hear that? Our rights are given to us by God, and that's what makes our rights unalienable. That word means that they can't be revoked or diminished in any way. That's why the Second Amendment says that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. You know, at Gun Owners of America, that's how we defend this important right. We don't tolerate any infringements. Background checks, gun bans, licenses and fees, NFA restrictions, they're all infringements. But sadly, today, politicians want to ban the most commonly owned rifle in America. They want to ban AR-15s because, quite frankly, they don't believe the Second Amendment protects an individual right. But we at Gun Owners of America are fighting to keep them from chipping away at our Second Amendment. And because of the help from grassroots activists, we're making a huge difference. In 2013, the New York Times credited GOA with killing Obama's gun control. In 2016, Senator Harry Reid lamented that GOA had killed his gun control agenda, and he called a press conference together and said, GOA is worse than bad. Don't you love that? Well, in 2020, during the COVID pandemic, we won multiple victories around the country. For example, GOA sued the states of Massachusetts and Virginia to reopen gun stores and ranges, and we won. GOA also sent cease and desist letters to mayors in North Carolina who had shut down gun stores, and we won. Those mayors reversed themselves right away. GOA activists also pressured Pennsylvania sheriffs to begin reissuing concealed carry permits. And the Washington Times reported that the Trump administration agreed to declare gun stores and ranges as essential businesses after GOA petitioned the White House. That resulted in several states and jurisdictions reopening gun stores. So, I mean, a lot has happened, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, but all to say, if you're a GOA member and you've been watching this, I want to thank you for your help and activism, because we can't do this without you. But if you haven't joined GOA, I would ask you to please consider doing so. We need your help to win the war for our gun rights. The more members we have, the louder voice that we have in Congress and in every state capital. So please go to gunowners.org to join GOA and stand with the more than 2 million GOA supporters who are truly a force to be reckoned with. But even if you don't join today, please sign up for our email alerts, which empower you to contact your elected officials and to hold them accountable. We keep your information private. We don't share it. You will.
Okay, that ended a little sooner than I think it was going to. I thought it was going to, but I promise you that Eric finished up by, again, thanking the members and encouraging everybody to take a look at what GOA is doing. They've been doing this for a long time, and I think Eric is really doing a great job with that organization and steering it forward. And frankly, I've seen them doing a lot more of the really important stuff here over the last couple of years, and I think that's due to Eric's work. We have a few special messages, some things we told you guys you'd be getting some special content when you watch live. Not all the speakers were announced, not all the things we were going to cover were announced. And this is the first one of our special messages that we wanted to share with you guys.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adam Kraut, and I'm the Director of Legal Strategy for Firearm Policy Coalition's Law Division, known as FPC Law. Through FPC Law's research, litigation, and briefing, we set out to champion maximal individual liberty for the people of the United States. As you know, in order to maintain liberty, the people must have a robust right to keep and bear arms. St. George Tucker, an early American lawyer, had this to say about the Second Amendment. This may be considered as the true palladium of liberty. The right to self-defense is the first law of nature. In most governments, it has been the study of rulers to confine the right within the narrowest limits possible. Wherever standing armies are kept up, and the right of the people to keep and bear arms is under any color or pretext whatsoever prohibited, liberty, if not already annihilated, is on the brink of destruction. But the Second Amendment does not stand alone. To the contrary, the Bill of Rights is not a list of suggestions. They are each critical to living in a free state. And by enacting the 14th Amendment, it is ensured that you can exercise those rights, privileges, and immunities just as any free person can and must be able to do. Freedom of speech, association, and the right to petition, for example, protects our rights to freely develop, share, and promote our ideas and values and seek remedies through our elected officials and courts. Additionally, our Constitution guarantees the right against self-incrimination, unreasonable searches and seizures, equal protection of the law, due process, property rights, and much more, all of which are required for a free society in the American system of ordered liberty. These rights are not political or positive government-granted rights, but are our natural rights that pre-exist government itself, and are accordingly codified as negative rights to prevent government interference or infringement of them, rather than telling you what you can do. No one fundamental right can survive without the others. That's a simple truth that our founders understood, and which was loudly reaffirmed in the Reconstruction Amendments. We ask all gun owners and advocates to remember to join FPC and others in our fight for all the rights all the time. For the people and our republic, I'm Adam Kraut, and we are FPC.
We are really proud to have Adam here. You know, Adam has been a leader in the community. He's been a social leader. He's been someone who's been very active in the community, and he really has found a home with FPC, Firearms Policy Coalition, you know, all the rights all the time. I think that's the key to that very important message, the idea that we want to make sure everyone understands that, yeah, gun rights are what we're about, but gun rights are about freedom, and gun rights are about protecting freedom, particularly here in the United States, obviously under the Second Amendment. Our next speaker is really able to speak to that issue. He is a delegate in the state of Virginia, and we know that in Virginia, there's been a massive move against our gun rights, against the Second Amendment rights, really across the country, because we know that a lot of people are looking at Virginia as a model for how to turn a state that I've lived in Virginia before. When you take a state that is as pro-gun and as positive in terms of its gun laws as Virginia has been over the last 20, 30 years, and you turn it on its ear like happened there, as a delegate, you can see that, and the fight becomes even more important. And Nick Freitas can certainly speak to that fight. He's going to share some thoughts with you.
Hi, this is Delegate Nick Freitas, representing the 30th District in the Virginia House of Delegates. And I just want to thank you all for the concern you have, for the passion that you have for preserving an essential civil liberty founded in the Second Amendment. You know, one of the things that I always talk about with the Second Amendment is that it's interesting the way it's written. You have a two-part argument that's being made. One is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. And the second part is the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And what I think is interesting is the twofold argument that's being made here. The second part focuses on the fact that you have an individual right to be able to protect yourself. And it's not a right that the government is granting you. It's a pre-existing right that the government is recognizing. And then that first part about a well-regulated militia, the reason why that's in there is because our founders understood that in order for a free society to be truly defended, to be truly secure, that you needed to protect the right of the individual to be able to defend not only themselves, but the country itself. And I think going forward, it is so important that when we talk about the Second Amendment, we recognize that this is not about hunting. This is not about gun collecting. This is about the fact that we recognize that each individual has inherent worth and inherent value. And that to be a free people, you have to have the means to be able to defend yourself. And that one of the most interesting things about the Second Amendment that hardly ever gets mentioned is the fact that it allows for a weaker person to be able to defend themselves against a stronger attacker. I brought up a lot of these points in a speech that I gave on the floor of the House of Delegates in 2018. You can Google it, just say Nick Freitas gun speech, and it'll pop right up. And I laid out the argument for why we believe in the Second Amendment and why it's so critical to not only individual safety, but a free society in general. And now more than ever, we're starting to see people come and challenge that basic right, that basic civil liberty. And if we don't step up, and if we don't defend it, and if we don't present an articulate defense that appeals not only to those of us that are already convinced of the importance of the Second Amendment, but reaches out to people that may be confused about why it is that we think that this issue is so critical to a free society and individual liberty. And so I would encourage all of you, as you look at this, as you research this issue, if you really care about it, that it's important for us to advocate for it in a way that not only appeals to us, but appeals to a broader audience, because ultimately that's what we're fighting for. We're not just fighting for our right to be able to defend ourselves with the Second Amendment. We're fighting for everybody's right. We're fighting for the belief that you have an inherent right to defend yourself, and that what's enshrined in the Second Amendment is not the government granting you a right. It's the government recognizing that that right to defend yourself pre-exists government. It's the government recognizing, and our founders recognizing, that in order for a free society to truly remain free, then individuals have to have the right to keep and bear arms. That's what this is about. And I think the more that we can focus on those issues, the more that we can talk about what the Second Amendment is really about for us is, again, not gun collecting, it's not hunting, it's people being able to protect themselves and never putting someone in a situation where their security is completely dependent on the government showing up in time, right? It is so critical now, probably more than it has ever been in recent history, that we come forward with those stories of how the Second Amendment has been used to protect yourself, protect your family, protect your business. How over 2 million times every year in this country, someone uses a firearm to prevent themselves from ever becoming a victim in the first place. It is on their behalf that we speak. So thank you very much for doing this. Thank you very much for your support of the Second Amendment. Continue to do so and know that there are people in government, outside of government, people at this organization that will continue to fight to ensure that we remain a free people, able to arm and defend ourselves. I'm Nick Freitas, representative for the 30th District in the Virginia House of Delegates. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. And also thank you for your service to our country, having served as a Green Beret and 2 combat tours in Iraq. All right, well, coming up next, we have another incredible speaker. And so I'm going to let Ms. Cheryl Todd take the lead.
Absolutely. And I'm so excited actually to introduce all of the people that I get to introduce today. But Miss Christy Titus is such an amazing inspiration and is one of the people in our field, in our area, who is a bridge builder and a stereotype buster, right? Christy hosts and produces Pursue the Wild video series. Christy is an outspoken Second Amendment advocate who has dedicated her life to teaching and promoting firearms, conservation, and hunting. I give you Ms. Christy Titus.
The threat to disarm America is real. Firearms that we use for things like personal protection, hunting, in the backyard plinking, or general shooting, they're all under constant attack. And worse yet, the framework of our Constitution and the rights enshrined within are also under attack. The Constitution protects and guarantees rights for all Americans. It has provisions for amendments, which the Second Amendment is one of 10 amendments that make up the Bill of Rights. It states, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The late Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia's judicial philosophy was really straightforward. A judge must apply the law as it is written, not as one wishes it were, which is what the old saying means, that we have a government of laws and not of men. And that is why the appointment of constitutionally based Supreme Court justices and other federal judges is such a critical topic for the Bill of Rights and for the Second Amendment, but most importantly for our country. Thanks to President Trump and organizations like the National Rifle Association, the Supreme Court and the lower federal courts have evolved positively over the last 2 decades. But more work remains, and gun owners, hunters, and really anybody who values their liberty should be engaged. It's important to remember for everyone that elections have consequences, and it's up to gun owners like you and I, millions of people like us, to get out and vote to make sure that our rights remain not only for this generation, but for future generations. Some people argue that the Second Amendment is no longer relevant in today's society, but I would absolutely argue that our right to keep and bear arms as guaranteed by the Constitution is as relevant today as it has ever been in history. And let me say this, firearms are relevant for our personal protection, for the sheer joy of shooting sports, and also for our environment. And today, I want to share with you the truth about how guns relate to conservation. It's my hope that together we can somehow influence others that may not understand the significant role that guns and gun owners play for the entire nation, particularly as it relates to the environment and access to public land. You see, gun owners have pioneered the environmental movement all across America for nearly a century. And the truth is that the legal purchase, transfer, and use of guns has been the nation's largest contributor to conservation efforts, which pays for programs that benefits America's wildlife, wild places, and people that venture into the outdoors. So whether you own a gun or not, if you get out, explore, and enjoy our public lands, if you go to public parks, you enjoy hiking, then you're directly benefiting from the vast efforts that have been funded through the sale of guns. Now, this is a reality that has long been ignored in the debate of gun ownership. Lawful gun ownership must be protected and maintained as enshrined in the Constitution. The truth is that without private and individual ownership of firearms, the great and successful North American model of wildlife conservation that provides the entire blanket of protection for wildlife to thrive would not be in existence, nor could the model continue without the existence of gun owners and hunters. Now, you're not going to hear this on your nightly news broadcast or in any debate of gun ownership, but wildlife and wild places are sustained by the 100 million firearms owners through Pittman-Robertson funds, and they have been for nearly a century. Going back in 1937, gun owners took the entire lead on the environmental conservation movement through the Pittman-Robertson Act, which is a self-imposed tax that is paid by firearms manufacturers, firearms producers, and people that import firearms to generate funding for the restoration and improvement for wildlife habitat. This tax is directly paid when guns are sold to customers. And through this taxation, firearms are funding the environmental movement to the sum of $11 billion in Pittman funds to date. And that's not all. Think about this. Hunting, license, and tag sales attribute to 75% of statewide conservation budgets. Now, these are important points to offer as an opening to talk to people that don't understand the truth about guns as they relate to conservation. That without the Second Amendment, there is no conservation. And there are really no statistics that could ever quantify the value of what gun owners do. The most significant accomplishment is that we provide opportunities for wildlife and wild places to thrive, places for the next generation to find a lifetime of happiness hiking or hunting or participating in shooting sports with family and friends. I urge all of you to reach out and inform those that do not understand the good that comes from firearms ownership. Take someone shooting, take someone hunting. We have to educate the nation that without guns and without hunting, there's no conservation. But we have to be the ones that inform our communities. We have to be the ones that inform our country. And we have to be the ones that inform the world that gun owners are truly the leaders in the environmental conservation movement for both wildlife and wild places all across America. But most importantly, I want to ask you all to get out and vote. Be an educated voter and take a few friends to the polls.
It's an incredibly important message from Christy on the conservation aspects. You know, not every gun owner is a hunter. We know that the Second Amendment is about hunting, but it's another one of those bullet points that a gun rights advocate can talk about to refute some of the caricatures and attacks that come upon our community all the time. Christy does amazing work, and you know, she has been a board member of the NRA doing a lot of good work there as well. So we're really proud to have her here speaking. Our next speaker is one of our committee members, and that's the reason I'm here on the screen by myself, because it would be awkward for him to be here while he's being introduced, and it's Chris Cheng. Chris is a good friend, and not just to me. I really think he's like a good friend to everybody. I don't know anybody who speaks poorly about this guy. I don't know anybody that he's ever wronged. When he came onto the scene as Top Shot Season 4 champion, became an advocate, became a spokesperson, started working with some of the major companies in the industry, was at every industry event. This guy just makes friends. And he has stood in some rooms that are very, very, very difficult. In fact, with one of our other organizing committee members, DIANNA MULLER, he went to New York City and stood in a room of people who were not just on the fence about guns, but really ready to advocate for taking away a lot of our gun rights. And he stood his ground and he changed some minds and he made some friends, I'm sure, too. And that may be hard to understand, but I think it's so important to what we do. It's important that we can have conversations and we can convince people that not every gun owner is the same and not every gun owner is exactly like the other, even in thought. And that's why it's important to listen to thoughts from a guy like Chris Chang. Here's some.
Thanks, Rob, for that great introduction. And to everybody else, my name is Top Shot Chris Chang, and I am History Channel's Top Shot Season 4 champion. And I want to share my personal story and how I came to be with you here today advocating for our Second Amendment rights. My journey started 9 years ago where I was sitting on the couch watching Top Shot on the History Channel, and it's this great show with 18 Americans from all walks of life competing for $100,000 and the title of Top Shot. And at the time, I owned a few guns and was your infrequent recreational self-taught amateur shooter. And I did not wake up any day of the week asking myself, what is going on in the Second Amendment community, or even honestly caring if my Second Amendment rights were at risk. So 9 years ago, I went from occasionally shooting a gun to being inspired by watching my fellow Americans compete on this amazing TV show. And it inspired me to apply. And I love competing. Life is a lot more interesting and a lot more fun when we are competitive, when we put ourselves up against each other to test our skills and to see who is objectively the very best. At the time, I was working at Google, and so my day job is in technology. And I remember talking to my Google colleagues about this Top Shot thing, and they didn't really quite understand what was going on, but they knew I was going to be on TV shooting guns and firing a bunch of other weapons, and they just knew that that sounded like fun. And to me, my entry into Second Amendment advocacy was one that I just thought guns were fun. I went on a Top Shot to have a really fun time. I trained really hard and I won. I beat the professionals and took that $100,000 and I left Google to come explore the firearms community, the firearms industry, and to really learn more about our Second Amendment rights and how it's so important for me and for everyone else to speak up. Because something else that I want you to know about my background is that I'm gay, and that I've been in the gay rights movement also for decades now. And when I think about gun rights and gay rights, they're both civil rights, and they're both civil rights that require the people to speak up and defend for our right to exist, for our right to self-defense. And that is hopefully a unifying principle that will bring all of us together, is that we have to fight for our civil rights and our human rights. And so over the course of many years, like I mentioned, guns it used to just be fun and games. But for me, the inflection point was Sandy Hook. And after Sandy Hook happened, which was obviously one of our country's most tragic events, I started hearing all of this anti-gun chatter about taking away my AR-15, taking away my standard capacity magazines, taking away my freedom with this ill-thought attitude that somehow taking away my guns and my freedoms was going to keep the rest of the country safe. And it was at that point where I realized I can't stand by and be quiet. If I don't speak up, I'm basically allowing all of these well-funded anti-gun entities and anti-gun politicians to take away my rights and take away our rights. And that really, really makes me mad. and is an American who values freedom, liberty, and personal responsibility, we must demand that the government respect our rights. So in conclusion, for me, rights are rights, and it doesn't matter whether it's gay rights or gun rights. We have to advocate for freedom. And as YEHUDA, REMER, the Pew Pew Jew said earlier, that unless I am free, then none of us are free. And that is an attitude that I think all of us should embody. And the last thing I want to leave you with is that silence is compliance. And if you don't speak up on behalf of your rights and our rights as gun owners, this country will fall backwards. And we are going to recede into the dark ages where we have a government who thinks that they can tell us what to do while also defunding the police and not being there to protect us. So we know that we have to speak up, that the Second Amendment is our right to self-defense, and that we, as lawful, law-abiding gun owners, are taking upon ourselves the right to defend ourselves, our home, and our loved ones. Thank you.
So beautifully said, Chris. Thank you so much for that. You are such an example of the many different pathways that have brought people into advocacy. You're home watching television. The next thing you know, you flash forward and we have you as such a powerful and unique voice in the work that we're doing. And another pathway that many people have been brought into advocacy and even understanding that rights do play a part in gun ownership is when we take someone new out to the range. Now, Chris has taken many friends out to the range, and he shared with me recently a story that impacted me so deeply that I have to share it here today. This friend went out with him. First time this friend had shot an AR-15. Well, we know how the AR-15 is vilified all over the place in the media from politicians. Well, this friend was so brave to go out to the range and fight the nervousness and the fears that this person had, to allow Chris to safely instruct this person in the shooting of this particular, the firing of this particular firearm. When they were done, Chris said, "How did that feel?" That's his standard answer. "How did that feel?" Or standard question, rather. And the friend said, "I feel surprised." And Chris said, "Well, that's not something I've heard before. What do you mean?" The friend said, "I thought that simply shooting this gun might make me feel evil." I mean, think about that. If one person has vocalized that they're actually afraid that there's, the gun itself is a talisman of some sort, and that it will impart some ugly feelings into that person, that they're so afraid that they might not even ever touch one or trust one of us to take them out to the range. But this person did, and I think it's a huge testament to the bravery of the person and the wonderful person that Chris Cheng is, that he instilled that kind of confidence that he could take that person out and show them something new and really change their life in a positive way and get rid of a lot of needless fear. So our next guest, I'm super excited to bring on for you to listen to, is Amanda Safakul. And I actually created a hashtag just for her because I am constantly inspired by and spurred on by her example. She is a fellow DC Project State Leader. She is passionate about helping teach and train women, and she is the creator of the NRA Conceal Carry Fashion Show. She is living proof that the new face of the 2A wears lipstick, and her hashtag that I give you all permission to also use is hashtag I want to be like Amanda Safakul.
Hi, I'm Amanda Suffolk from Eye on the Target Radio, and I want to talk to you about history and guns and gun control and erosion, kind of in that order. Do you know that December 15th of 1791 was when the Bill of Rights was ratified? And we know what the Bill of Rights is. There's actually a section in there that's got 27 little words that really resonates with us, a well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Yeah, 27 words, shall not be infringed. And it wasn't for 100 years, for 150 years. And then the St. Valentine's Day Massacre happened. And that brought us the NFA. But here's the interesting part about the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, when you really think about it. Law-abiding citizens have gun restrictions because criminals broke the law, took guns, murdered other criminals, and then made their escape in police cars that weren't theirs. So there was a law that was broken, and then the law that was broken, and then another law that was broken. And what did we get? We get gun control, gun restriction. Here's the piece that was written about the 1934 New Deal on crime. It says the fact that organized crime was able to easily obtain machine guns and use them to massacre 7 people linked public perception of criminals to the availability of firearms. Public perception. So their perception is our reality. But let's roll down through the history then. 1938 was the Federal Firearms Act that required FFLs, required dealers to have federal firearms licenses. It also required FFLs to keep customer records, to keep track of you and I. 1939, the United States versus Miller. That's where sawed-off shotguns came into effect. And the Supreme Court said that a sawed-off shotgun does not, there's no evidence that a sawed-off shotgun has a reasonable relationship to the preservation or efficiency of a well-regulated militia. We've heard those words. And we cannot say that the Second Amendment guarantees the right to keep and bear sawed-off shotguns. Then we fast forward to 1968. Following the assassinations of John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King, President Lyndon B. Johnson pushed for the Gun Control Act of 1968 that repealed and replaced the FFA from 1939. It updated Title II of the NFA to fix some constitutional issues because there was some issues of it not being constitutional. And then it added the language about destructive devices. It also brought in the BATFE, right? All that. And it expanded the definition of a machine gun. It also introduced the words no sporting purpose. And we're going to hear that, and we're going to hear that, and we're going to hear that. They imposed age restrictions for the purchase of handguns to 21. They prohibited felons, mentally ill, and others from purchasing guns and required that all guns have serial numbers. That's what 1968 brought us. 1986 was the Firearms Owners Protection Act, and it enacted some protections, trying to do a stopgap. Some protections prohibiting the National Registry of Dealer Records, so they can't track you. Limiting ATF inspections to once a year, unless you have multiple infractions. And it softened the definition of engaged in the business. It also loosened regulations that were trying to be put in place on the sale and transfer of ammunition. The bill also expanded the ownership and transfer of machine guns made after May 19th of 1986 and redefined silencers so that silencers and parts intended to make silencers are in the silencer definition. 1993 is the Brady Handgun Violence Protection Act, named after James Brady. And this is a point I wanted to make. 1993, James Brady was shot in 1981. It took them 12 years to get the Brady Act going through. So 12 years. It was signed into law by President Clinton. So it was a law that was written that was waiting for someone to free it into the free range world. 1994, we called it the Clinton gun ban. They called it the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act, signed by President Clinton in 1994. We know that it was an attack on our modern sporting rifles because no sporting purpose. In 2005, the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, PLCCA, was signed by President George Bush. It was supposed to protect gun manufacturers from lawsuits if a gun was used in a crime and it wasn't a defective gun. We're seeing that that's not standing up the way that it should and it could. Here's another. 2008, Heller versus DC. Do you know that it took till 2008 before the Supreme Court determined that you can indeed, that the Second Amendment says you can indeed have a gun in your household? 2008. 2014, John Kerry brought back the Arms Trade Treaty. He'd signed it, brought it back to the United States to sit on a shelf and hope that he could get a Senate that was friendly enough to accept and approve the Arms Trade Treaty that would allow the UN to have a voice in our Second Amendment. It sat like a ticking time bomb for 5 years before it was finally killed off by President Donald Trump. But just know that it's not the Arms Trade Treaty. It's not the Clinton gun ban. It's not the NFA. It is that there is a veritable stack of gun legislation that is already written, waiting for an emergency for them to roll it out and to use it against us. So you and I must stay active. We must stay vocal. We must stay vigilant. You and I need to stand for the Second Amendment. Just count me in as Teal for 2A. Amanda Suffolk, on the Target Radio.
Thanks, Amanda. It's really fascinating to hear about the history of the Second Amendment and the gun control movement over the past almost 100 some years. And this is what gun control often looks like, is it's this slow and sometimes fast erosion of our rights. And Amanda laid out a very, very clear and clean timeline of some of those pivotal moments in the gun control movement. And like so much of why advocacy is important is if we're going to speak on behalf of our Second Amendment rights, we need to understand where we've come, where we are, and where we need to go. So thank you, Amanda, for your advocacy and your support of the Second Amendment. Mr. Rob Pincus, who is up next in the docket?
I'll tell you what, this is exactly, I think, your point, right? Is we're now segueing from someone who has been in the middle of all of this, whether it was through her own eyes on the Target Radio or with DC Project Foundation. Amanda just gave us this amazing run through of the history of gun control. And I think that's important to have. It may not be the thing you tuned in for. I could have Googled that, but you didn't maybe, and here it is. And now you've got it laid out, and that's going to be one that should be shared quite a bit, not just inside of the community, but also outside of the community. So people realize when we talk about, we're trying to regain lost rights here, what it is we mean. And one of those people who has gained rights by being an immigrant to our country is our next speaker. And when we talk about this being the most diverse group of speakers under the umbrella of celebrating and defending the Second Amendment, I really think it is. I think that we have broken down just kind of every barrier you possibly could have in terms of demographic, background, lifestyle. Religious choice is also one of those things that we really don't talk about all that much. We assume we're all really good at it, but maybe we're not as good at it as we could be. And our next speaker, a practicing Muslim, is going to talk to us about that. He is America's hype man, Leo Katsaray.
Greetings, Patriots. Leo Katsaray, America's hype man, joining you for the 2020 virtual rally for your Second Amendment rights. Now, despite my passion for liberty, the Second Amendment, and Americanism as a whole, very few of you would have actually heard of me, and that's because I've spent the past 7.5 years in service to this country. Whether it was through the work that I did in counterterrorism on behalf of the federal government, to now being an active duty sailor in the United States Navy. So, before we get started, please understand that the opinions herein are my own. They are not the policies of the Department of the Navy, the Department of Defense, or the US government. As you might have guessed from my charming yet highly pretentious accent, I've not always been an American. So let's talk a little bit about how I got here. While studying a course of Arabic in Qatar in 2008, I met some amazing American students who told me that they recognized that I loved liberty and that I should do some research into the United States, and in particular, the US Revolution, the Founding Fathers, and the founding documents, including the Declaration of Independence and the US Constitution. Well, I did exactly that, and no surprises here, I fell in love with the United States. I swore that I would immigrate to America, become a citizen, and I would spend the rest of my life, in some capacity or another, supporting and defending the Constitution. I consider myself, before anything else, and above all else, an American, and I cringe whenever somebody refers to me as a Muslim American or an American Muslim. I'm just an American that happens to be a Muslim. Nevertheless, being an openly practicing Muslim serving in the I have experienced a significant amount of discrimination and ignorance. In the past 4 years, I've been subjected to no less than 4 insider threat investigations by the more commonly known as all of which were found to have been unsubstantiated. Apparently, being a patriotic, gun-loving, immigrant Muslim who wanted a beard for religious purposes and who wanted to fight against Muslim terrorists really spooked people around me. In fact, the catalyst for my now openly starting to advocate for the Second Amendment is that the most recent insider threat investigation into me started because some of my became frightened at the fact that I wanted to register my personal firearms on the army base that I was stationed at so that I could shoot at their awesome gun range. Again, concluded that I wasn't actually a threat, so all I was really guilty of is enjoying shooting while being a Muslim. I'll admit, though, to be subjected to this by people who I would readily die to protect hurt no less so the 4th time as it did the 1st time. So I examined why this kept happening, and I concluded that this wouldn't keep happening if those who felt this fear had seen Muslims as equals and as being an integral part of our gun community. But why is it the case that the Muslim community is not well represented in the gun community? Well, there are a few reasons for this. The first is that many are immigrants, or 1st and 2nd generation Americans, and are not entirely used to the idea of keeping and bearing arms. In those cases, we need to do more outreach to them. We need to get involved with them and make sure that they're brought into the fold of the gun community. The second reason, unfortunately, is that many Muslims are simply afraid of being viewed with suspicion and being viewed as threats. And as such, they don't participate in firearms ownership. The Muslims who do partake in firearms ownership are not always open about being Muslim and hide their faith while they are out and about in the gun community. Why though? Well, unfortunately, we in the gun community have a minority amongst us that have been and continue to be outright unwelcoming to the Muslim community. You know the types of folks that I'm talking about. We've seen them on TV, social media, YouTube, and at gun shows. They make bold statements about how they're banning Muslims from their stores, gun ranges, and events, and they sell t-shirts and stickers promoting their hateful and frankly un-American ideas. Yes, it's their right to be that way, and no one can force another not to be bigoted. However, it ultimately shows that they don't believe that the right to keep and bear arms applies to all. And unlike the rest of us, they wouldn't risk their lives to protect the rights of Americans they consider to be the other. This is America, a nation founded upon religious liberty, and I'm sure you'll agree that no person should feel that they have to hide their faith in order to feel welcome in our community. So, to the people that hold the type of hatred and fear that I'm referring to, I simply say this: those that wish to usurp your right to keep and bear arms are only able to do so by making the gun community seem like a monolithic group of right-wing, uneducated, bigoted, and hateful rednecks. Our inalienable right to keep and bear arms applies to all Americans, and irrespective of how you might feel about a group of people, which again, you have the right to feel, the only way that you can properly protect your rights is to ensure that they apply to every American. That is how you shatter the narrative of those who wish to take our rights away. And when you shatter that narrative, they'll be forced to debate the facts about gun control, and they will lose that debate every single time. It's not all bad news, though. The gun community has taken some major steps in the past few years towards achieving the diversity I'm talking about, and today is a perfect example of that. So let's keep this momentum up, patriots. Speaking or participating in this rally is simply not enough, though. Let's build a large and diverse coalition to protect our right to keep and bear arms so that no one would dare try to dismiss us as a bunch of ignorant, white supremacist, racist rednecks. We need to take this opportunity to learn from the examples of other communities that do outreach and use the same methods that they use to build awareness into the gun community and firearms ownership in general, and then work to make it more accessible to every American. On a closing note, trust me when I say this, I was born and raised in Australia, and I've lived in nations that best be described as tyrannical dictatorships. Nothing good has ever come from giving your rights up, and we have absolutely no authority to surrender the rights of our fellow citizens or future generations of Americans. Our obligation is to protect those rights like those that came before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leo. That was wonderful. And I think it was clear that the beeps were there, not because Leo's got a potty mouth, but that there were certain organizations that we were protecting and not airing. But Leo,
certain government organizations.
Yes, as a matter of fact. But I love so much, Chris, that Leo refers to himself as America's hype man, and then he does it with that amazing accent that, of course, he calls, what did he call it?
It's so silky smooth.
Yeah, pretentious. I think it's amazing. And the fact that he refers to himself as America's hype man, especially after he has been subjected to the ugliness of bigotry. And I personally think that bigotry is always rooted in just not knowing. I mean, the heavy word is ignorance, but it's just not knowing. And so I love that he hasn't let that deter him from trying to help continue to build bridges and shatter those stereotypes and educate others.
Indeed, and yeah, huge thank you and shout out to Leo, for your service to our country. And I was commenting in the YouTube stream that I asked the group, how many Muslim American gun owners do you know? And I was honest. I said, I think Leo might be the only one that I know, and that's something that I want to change and try and introduce the Second Amendment to more Muslim Americans. I'm sure I have Muslim American friends who own guns, and maybe I just don't know about them. And maybe part of it is because they aren't speaking out, right? Maybe they are afraid of talking, right, about their gun ownership. And that's obviously why we're here today, to unite everyone together under a single goal of advocating for and defending our Second Amendment rights and giving each other the courage to speak our convictions and to be proud gun owners and to really fight that shame that I know all of us have felt at some point or another. We're at work or we're with a group of friends and all of a sudden someone's talking about some mass shooting and next thing you know, they're like, Cheryl, what do you think about the thing that just happened where a crazy person used a gun to commit some crimes? As if Cheryl or me or any law-abiding gun owner has anything to do with criminals who are committing crimes with guns. So thank you, Leo, for speaking on behalf of freedom and for representing the Muslim American community. Our next speaker is Jara Hutchins, who is incredible. She is a friend, firearms trainer, entrepreneur, and motivational speaker. She's got a varied background, which is so fascinating, where she's helping fight human trafficking and works with providing investigations for the FBI Violent Crime Task Force. And she also runs a nonprofit called WADE, standing for Women's Awareness and Defense Endeavor, which provides self-defense education for low-income women and single mothers. A short quote from Jara, quote, "The time to empower and teach our daughters to defend themselves hasn't come recently. Its need is hundreds of years old, and I intend to make up for lost time." Ladies and gentlemen, Jara Hutchins.
Welcome to the virtual 2A rally. My name is Jara Hutchins, and I'm coming to you from my home in Dallas, Texas, and I bet many of you are wondering who I am, and that's the point. This rally gives real voices to normal, everyday Americans who believe in the Second Amendment, along with social media influencers and celebrities. And that is the heart of the Second Amendment. It is for everyone. It's for me and you. It's for members of the LGBT community. It's for single mothers and fathers. It's for Supreme Court justices. But today I'm talking directly to the ladies. So who am I? I'm an entrepreneur, firearms trainer, domestic violence survivor, rape victim, personal protection officer, and a Second Amendment advocate who never wanted to be one. But as I continued to train women and pay attention to our society, I noticed that women were severely underrepresented in the Second Amendment conversation, even though we were the fastest growing demographic of new firearms purchasers. So then it became a question, if not me, then who? And today I present to you the same question. I'm a normal woman with less than 5,000 followers on Instagram. I don't know anything about TikTok and Snapchat, and I don't have a monetized YouTube channel, but I'm telling you with great certainty that you can make an impact in your community. We need more women to speak about the Second Amendment on social media and at the dinner table. We need more women testifying to federal, state, and local legislatures. We need more women teaching other women how to pull a trigger. But this only happens when you take the time to actually train and educate yourself. If you want to be fairly represented in the gun conversation, you got to know what you're talking about. Even though the Second Amendment is a right, it still carries weight. The events of 2020 have galvanized America and shown us record-breaking firearms sales. That should tell you that 2A is and has always been a foundation in this country, and we women must always proudly defend it. We must never apologize for it, and we need to show it the respect it deserves by spending some of our time with it. I urge you to carve out time in your calendar to find a reputable firearms instructor in your area and begin the conversation. Ask about a pathway to training that fits your lifestyle. Begin to manage your time in a way that elevates your safety. Be an example to your daughters. Firearms, situational awareness, and safety aren't just for men and fathers to teach. Let us be good partners in our marriages and families by bringing consistent messages of safety into our homes. If we're going to be gun owners, we need to be educated ones, we need to be responsible ones, and we need to be bold ones. Join me today in normalizing gun education for women and young girls. Join me today in reminding America that the Second Amendment is for everyone. Join me today in supporting your local gun stores and ranges. Join me today by inviting someone to go shooting with you. Let's always have a voice in also reminding our government that education always come, just like organizers of 2A rally for extending this time. I hope you enjoy the rest of this year's lineup.
That was awesome. Thank you so much, Jara. We so appreciate it. And coming up next, we have somebody that is huge in this industry, and not just in the advocacy, but in actively helping to protect our rights. Chris, who do we have?
All right. Yeah, indeed. Like you said, this man is a giant in the Second Amendment community Alan Gottlieb is the founder of the Second Amendment Foundation, which is a national organization that uses educational and legal action programs to better inform the public about the gun control debate and actively protect and defend our Bill of Rights. Alan Gottlieb.
Hello, I'm Alan Gottlieb, founder of the Second Amendment Foundation and chairman of the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms. I currently also serve as an advisor to Gun Owners for Trump, the official coalition of the Trump Victory Committee. It's my pleasure to speak to you today with the most important election affecting gun rights in our lifetime just around the corner. And believe me, between now and the November election, there are no rest stops along the way. So with that in mind, answer these simple questions for me. If Joe Biden gets elected president, will your gun rights be under attack like never before? Yes. Will Joe Biden and his party, in control of both the House and the Senate, ban most semi-automatic firearms and standard capacity magazines? Yes. So the single most important thing you can do right now to defend your Second Amendment right, individual right to keep and bear arms, is to get politically involved. What does that mean? It means donating to pro-gun rights candidates, volunteering on their campaigns, and making sure that your friends and family vote. If friends of the Second Amendment don't win in November, we can kiss our constitutional and civil rights goodbye. And even if the good guys win, after Election Day, the battle over the human right of self-defense will rage on. It is expected that the attack on our civil, constitutional, and sovereign rights will continue and intensify all next year. And after the election is over, will anti-gun rights politicians in Congress, state houses, and city halls suddenly stop their attacks on your firearms freedom? No. Will the dominant media recognize that the Second Amendment is as important as the First Amendment? No. And in the courts, if we don't follow the lawsuits to protect our gun rights, who will? It won't be the United States Department of Justice. That's why the Second Amendment Foundation's lawsuits are so important. Over 80% of the Second Amendment case law that's been won in our courts has been won by the Second Amendment Foundation and or our attorneys. Our motto is winning firearms freedom one lawsuit at a time. In fact, the cornerstone of our success, Supreme Court rulings in Heller and McDonald, had our handiwork written all over them. We brought the McDonald case, and our Heller amicus brief got us the fifth and critical vote to win it. It is imperative that we get another Second Amendment case to the U.S. Supreme Court that protects our right to carry. Looking ahead, the biggest organized threat to our Second Amendment rights that I see in the coming year is the billionaire New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg and his anti-freedom coalition of mega million-dollar funded organizations. Of course, we all know that Bloomberg and his group would like to see all guns banned. With your help, we must put a few roadblocks in their way that create problems for Bloomberg and his bought and paid for politicians. And our opponents of firearms freedom have another problem. And that is the 5 million new first-time gun owners that have joined our ranks over the past several months and must be welcomed, informed, and activated into our movement. Despite the millions of dollars Bloomberg and his group of gun grabbers have spent attacking our gun rights and using tragedies like horrific killings, they hardly move the opinion polls in their direction. In fact, support for gun rights over gun control is up this year over last year. It is up because the fear of that our rights are under the greatest assault in history, a justified fear. And support for gun rights is up because the American people see anarchy in our streets, riots, looting, and arson, and the fear for their lives and their property. And in 2020, we at the Second Amendment Foundation have a new roadblock for Mayor Bloomberg and his anti-gun rights coalition of hungry politicians. It is our Second Amendment First Responder Program and our Second Amendment Family project to grow and expand the gun rights movement at this critical time. This month alone, SAF has run over 80 national television ads and radio ads on over 300 stations, as well as internet ads that have resulted in people seeing over 600 million pro-gun rights impressions. SAF has also run print ads in over 36 national magazines, from Fancy Football to the Farmer's Almanac, with our important Second Amendment message. And the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms has just emailed over 16 million people and text messaged more than 4 million, alerting them to threats they currently face to their gun rights. We call this fighting to win. It is also my hope that with your help, we will reach millions of new people and generate many more new ideas and ways to protect and expand our firearms freedom. Over the past 49 years, I have worked around the clock to keep our civil rights movement a step ahead of our opponents. And even being virtual, I hope we are able to accomplish that again this year. Our gun rights movement is a grassroots one that is dependent on networking and sharing information. Quite frankly, some of the best ideas we get come from you. So I ask you today to join with me. Go to saf.org. That's saf.org, and sign up for the critical battle we have ahead of us. Together, we can win this fight and expand our firearms freedom. Thank you, and God bless.
It is great to have Alan as part of this event this year. He was one of the guys, he's been a mentor of mine for a long time, and I was really proud to have him come on this year after seeing our success last year. And of course, they did a great job with GRPC as well. Chris, what do we have coming up next?
All right. And yeah, indeed, huge kudos to Alan and the Second Amendment Foundation. Coming up next is Tony Simon, who is the owner of Simon Says Train, and the second is For Everyone Diversity Shoot. From the inaugural class held in 2015, this program has grown from 6 attendees to having trained hundreds of people from every possible demographic. With that, Tony Simon.
I'd like to start out and say thank you for having me on as a speaker on the Second Amendment rally. I am honored to be here. In '94, I was actually at the second Woodstock, the 25-year anniversary of the event that took place in 1969. I was there, and it was 1 million people there, 1 million people that weekend. There were the television, the cameras all over the place, and people from every race, every religion. I'm assuming, I have no idea what anyone's religion were. We were just having fun. And I felt as if I was at something big. Again, 1 million people. All the top groups in the country were playing music that weekend. It was 3 days. It was awesome, right? And I'd not felt that feeling again until I was at last year's Second Amendment rally. I showed up and went to a breakfast hosted by Carrie Sloan and Kevin DIXIE. I have no idea why I say their names like that, as if they're not friends of mine. But anyway, Carrie and Kevin had a breakfast. And it was awesome because they brought in Second Amendment heavy lifters. They brought in 2A advocates that have been in it for years, in the fight, in the battle. And they brought them to meet people that were just getting in the Second Amendment advocacy, or even trying to figure out, like, how did they want to get into it. And we had a great networking breakfast. And I felt the energy off of these new people that they brought to something because they wanted to make a difference. We went out and we walked to the event, and as we walked, and other people going into the event, and it was like 3 people here, 4 people there. Some people had signs, and as we got closer, the numbers grew until we had about 2,500 people gathered together on the lawn and started speaking. And it was an awesome, powerful event. I had friends there that came from all over the country. We had a lot of guys from Jersey come down, and it was a beautiful thing. And that event, Those people left and went back to their state, went back to their county, and they started writing legislators. They started hosting events themselves. They started participating in the political process because they wanted to affect change. They wanted to make a difference, and they did. One of the biggest difference we saw happened in grassroots advocacy was the state of Virginia. Pretty much every county in multiple towns became Second Amendment sanctuaries just to push back against their governor who was anti-gun. They knocked on doors and talked to people and got people to come to town meetings, city hall meetings, county meetings, and they made a difference. People tell you all the time that your vote doesn't count. Your vote counts as much as the next person's. But if you really want to make a difference, you have to become an advocate. You can become an advocate today. You can become an advocate next year. When I bought my first gun, there was a 20-year gap between me buying my first gun and me getting to Second Amendment advocacy. It doesn't make a difference when you get into it, but you have to get into it. That's how you're going to make a difference. You can get into it easily. First steps. First step is join a 2A group. You don't know which one to join? Go to Facebook, go to Instagram, find the social media of Second Amendment groups. Find out what they do. Pick one, join them. They're local, go to their meetings. Now, volunteer for their events if they're putting events on. Become a part of this movement by showing up and putting in sweat equity. If you want to make a difference, you can make a difference just by showing up. That's what we need. Grassroots advocacy is us, everyday people trying to make a difference. You can do it. Write legislators. Participate in the political process. Talk to others. Get other people to go to the range. Let people know that the Second Amendment is for you, regardless of your color, your race, your religion, your sexual orientation or background, or even political party that you call yourself a member of. Second Amendment is your right. We can lose our civil rights in any generation. Pretty much we're 1 to 2 generations away from losing any right we don't fight for. If you want to make a difference, if you want to make a change, you have to be the change that you want to make. You have to put that work in. I've done it. I've been working at it for 8 years. I'm a regular dude that had enough of being victim of government overreach. And I said, hey, I'm going to stand up for my civil rights. You can do it too. I believe in you, just like I believed in the people that came to that breakfast meeting in 2019. You can make a difference. You just have to start. For your time, please enjoy the rest of the event.
Tony Simon is, again, one of the most passionate advocates we have. And he, like me, is a New Jersey guy. Sometimes it's the most oppressed areas that produce the people that push so hard for the rights. One of the other things we have in common is, if you haven't seen the picture Tony posted of himself at the 1994 Woodstock event, I didn't recognize him in that picture. I also will reveal that I guess we didn't recognize each other at the 1994 Woodstock event, where I was pretending to be a hippie, I think, but with woodland camo for a couple of days. But it was a great event. And man, I'd love to get 1 million people together on the gun rights issue, with or without the music. But the music would be nice too. But before we get back to the speakers, there's another important announcement and message and idea and concept I want you to think about in this next video. Which is almost certainly going to come up any second now.
My name is Barrett Kendrick. You may know me through my companies, Bearco Training or Defender School. Like many of you watching this video, I'm a parent. I'm the dad of 2 younger boys. I have the responsibility to my kids to keep them safe, or really more importantly, to teach them how to be successful and protect themselves throughout life. As gun owners, we have a responsibility to make sure that we get properly trained and that we pass along this information to the next generation. In fact, if we stop educating others, then gun rights will simply die off. There won't be a Second Amendment to protect. Guns are part of our society, and so are kids. If they are old enough to know about toy guns, then it's already time to educate them about real firearms. This is not simply telling them that guns are dangerous and don't touch them. We need to educate them on all the positive reasons that we use firearms. We need to teach them about the dangers, but we also need to teach them about how to handle them safely. We need to take away the curiosity. If you're not comfortable doing this, then please reach out to a training organization that can help. So take your kids shooting. If you don't have kids, take somebody else shooting. We want to keep our gun rights, then we need to grow the community responsibly.
A new era has been born.
I love that ending. Barrett was actually building that. It had nothing to do with this project or anything else. Barrett was building that rifle with his kids a couple weeks ago, and I said, there's some concepts that I want to get out in this thing. Could you do a quick video on just how you interact with your kids? And of course, I'm raising a second daughter now. I've raised my first daughter around guns. It is incredibly important to teach that next generation and to do it safely and do it responsibly. If you're not an educator, you're not comfortable with it, reach out to, there's a lot of people here on this speakers list, people all over the country who would be happy to help you. Another thing that we need to do is just reach out in general, right? We keep talking about the advocacy, advocacy, advocacy. You see this 2A rally flag symbol a lot now. We started it up last year. There's no trademark on this. There's no licensing on this. This is actually something that Mission First Tactical did. You can still, I think, get them on their website. This flag patch is from websites, and they reached out to me just a second ago and told me that anyone who orders one of these at gear websites today is going to get an every second matter pat along with that. Coming up about a relationship there that they offered a free flag as well for a contest for some people who ordered those patches last week, and I'm going to be announcing the winner of that flag coming up. But before I do that, I'm going to introduce another friend of mine, another one of our speakers in the lineup today, who is one of the busiest instructors I know. Jara Hutchins is one of the busiest female instructors I know in the community. Clint might be a little bit busier than her. One of the busiest instructors that I know anywhere. We've got a lot of them in the lineup, people who do education. Clint teaches for the USCCA, for the Trigger Pressers Union, his own organization that he founded. He teaches also for USCCA. He's also certified to teach some of the programs from ICE Training Company, my program. And he is a father who teaches his son, how to shoot. And his son is really getting to be quite the communicator of information as well. You're going to see why. Clint Macro is up next, and he's a great communicator.
Hello, my name is Clint Macro. I wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate all you new gun owners on choosing to exercise our most basic human right. That's the right to defend ourselves and those that we love. As our country slips into unrest and violence, more and more Americans are recognizing that when seconds count, police are minutes away, and you are your own family first responder. Our Second Amendment empowers us, and it guarantees that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed by our government. Even though we have this assurance, our Second Amendment is under constant assault. Conflict avoidance is the cornerstone of any defensive strategy. We must take proactive measures in our lives to make ourselves less attracted to criminals and make smart decisions about our safety. If we're able to collect and process information, we are likely to have more options, and we might be able to avoid conflict altogether. Many instructors teach techniques that are geared towards retaining control of a firearm if ever we're in close proximity to a violent criminal. Firearm retention is a huge consideration. One aspect of a personal defense strategy that many overlook is that we must also retain our firearms from the attacks of gun-grabbing politicians and elected officials that would seek to take away our tools of self-defense. There are many in all branches of government at the local, state, and federal level who are well-organized and well-funded that are actively trying to dismantle our Second Amendment and take away your rights and your ability to protect yourself and your precious family. A gun safe will not keep your gun safe from a gun-grabbing elected official. How can we, as our own family first responders, protect our loved ones if we are unable to be armed? Whether disarming occurs through physical or financial restrictions, limitations, mandatory buybacks, or confiscations, if you are unable to have the means to defend yourself because of the policies of elected officials, do you believe that the elected officials responsible for disarming you will take on the responsibility to protect you? If the citizens are restricted, would you be okay with the government and the criminals being unrestricted? Do you believe that the government can and will protect you from violent criminals? I'm guessing that you don't. That's why you just bought that new firearm. No matter your party affiliation or the lack thereof, do you really think it's a good idea that only government should have unrestricted access to firearms? Do you really believe that government will protect you from the government? If our Second Amendment is compromised, we will have little power to stop those in government who are seeking to disarm us from infringing upon our other rights. If we, the people, can no longer defend our liberty, we are doomed to lose it. History is rife with examples to support that statement. In firearms training, it is said that accuracy is a yes or no proposition. You either hit your target or you didn't hit your target. Well, liberty is a yes or no proposition too. You are either for the individual rights of American citizens or you are not. If an elected or appointed official, politician, staffer, pundit, or advocate endorses the limitation of the individual rights of any law-abiding American citizen or the confiscation of a citizen's personal property, namely their tool of self-defense, then that person should be considered a threat to your liberty and your personal safety. In defensive training, we teach that if we're aware of our surroundings and the people in our vicinity, it is prudent to prejudge those people. If we believe a person to be a potential threat, we must take steps to distance ourselves from that individual and set thresholds where we can actively take steps to retreat, avoid, or de-escalate. But if that potential threat turns out and we believe that person to be an actual threat, then we must respond appropriately. Unfortunately, when it comes to gun-grabbing elected officials and candidates, it is impossible to avoid them. Burying our heads in the sand will do nothing to fend off the attacks of anti-gun politicians who seek to disarm you. Therefore, it is prudent to prejudge those who represent us and those who wish to represent us and vote accordingly. Do your representatives seek to empower you, or do they seek to restrict you? As we approach this and any future election, it is vitally important that we prejudge and vet the individual candidate. The light of liberty should not be exclusive to any one party. Vote only for those candidates who will protect your liberty and empower you to defend yourselves and those that you love. If a candidate stands on a platform that will limit, restrict, or abolish your rights or take away your means to exercise your rights, then that person should be viewed upon as a threat to your liberty and your personal safety. An educated and armed citizenry is our ultimate check and balance in this constitutional republic and our true homeland security. We are blessed to have liberties and rights available to us. No matter who you are or what you are about, you have these rights and liberties because you are an American. Exercise, cherish, and protect those rights because they are the foundation of your own personal protection strategy.
I'm not hearing Chris.
You weren't hearing me because I had it on, and of course you can't have a virtual meeting with someone saying, I can't hear you. So thank you, Clint, for those kind words. And I want to throw it to Cheryl to introduce our next speaker.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Chris. Our next speaker is our neighbor to the north, Canada. Deneen Tomlin is the founder of Lady Guns in Alberta, Canada. And as a Canadian, she can speak to us about the delicate nature of any rights that are not seen as inherent and God-given, but which rely solely on written laws, because anything that has been written by man's hand can be unwritten at the stroke of a pen. And Deneen can tell us firsthand about the recent and instantaneous overreach of her government to disarm an entire citizenry. I welcome Deneen Tomlin.
Hello, my name is Deneen, and I'm a gun owner, competitive shooter, hunter, and firearms instructor from Canada. I was asked to participate in today's event to share a cautionary tale from your neighbor to the north due to recent events that attacked our rights and beliefs in democracy. Over the next few minutes, I will share with you how responsible citizens in Canada became potential criminals with the stroke of a pen, how existing rules and laws were pushed aside for the benefit of political position under the guise of reducing crime in Canada, fighting gun and gang violence, and safety for Canadians. On May 1st, 2020, our Prime Minister announced a sweeping gun ban on what he referred to as closing the market for military-grade assault weapons in Canada, and that effective immediately, they were banning 1,500 models and variants of these firearms by way of regulations. He also stated that these firearms had no use in hunting or sporting purposes. Well, I can tell you there was no debate or discussion, no vote or democratic process leading up to this gun ban. By way of an order in council, which is a rarely used statutory instrument in Canada, a small group of politicians from behind closed doors ordered one of the biggest crackdowns against honest citizens by any democracy in history. Overnight, 2.3 million law-abiding Canadian gun owners, shooters, hunters, and competitors lost their rights. And since the time of the gun ban, additional guns and variants have been added to that banned list without public consultation or announcement, leaving Canadians not knowing if they now own banned guns or not. To put this gun ban into perspective, let me share some facts about Canada that you may not know, and that reinforce why this ban is truly unnecessary. Canada is the second largest country by landmass in the world at roughly 3.8 million square miles. We have a population of 37.5 million people, slightly less than the population of California at 39.5. So not many people in this country and a lot of space. Mostly we are stretched out along the US-Canada border. Canada enjoys shooting and firearms ownership as a privilege, not a right. We do not have a Second Amendment or the right to carry for protection or self-defense. The ability to own guns is only available to those without a criminal record. Once you have passed a firearms course and a background check by our National Police Force. As a licensed gun owner, you will also undergo a daily background clearance called a continuous eligibility check for the entire time you own your firearms license. In Canada, you can only purchase a firearm for the purpose of sport, hobby, or hunting. Ownership has two classifications, non-restricted and restricted, and fully automatic firearms are prohibited. Our magazine capacity is restricted to 10 rounds in a pistol and 5 rounds in a modern sporting rifle like an AR-15. Lastly, in Canada, we have firearms storage laws, and all firearms must be locked and safely stored away from the ammunition, and all pistols also need trigger locks. Well, why did I take the time to explain this? In 2018, the same government that put forward this ban published a report on reducing violent crime. They found the majority of the 135,000 respondents did not support further limiting access to firearms, and that the government should instead focus on the illicit market, not legally owned firearms. Government decided that survey did not support a gun ban, so they conducted a poll of approximately 1,600 Canadians in urban centers with little or no knowledge of Canadian firearms rules. So based on these responses, they determined the voices of 1,600 people selected by a firm that they hired should be considered as greater evidence of support for a gun ban than those voices of the 135,000 Canadians previously polled. The government's 2018 engagement paper also stated the vast majority of owners of firearms in Canada lawfully abide by requirements, and most gun crimes are not committed with legally owned firearms. In other words, the government found that legal firearms owners posed almost no credible threat to public safety. With the ban, the government of Canada will breach the legal contract it made with millions of Canadians who entered into an agreement in good faith. Gun owners followed the rules for purchasing, owning, using, transporting, and storing firearms. Now being publicly shamed by the government for participating in government-approved sports, we are being asked to surrender our property. There have been 5 cases filed against the federal government by gun lobby groups, industry, and individuals here in Canada. They have been filed on the grounds that the regulation is invalid, unlawful, and outside the scope of powers the criminal code could have delegated to the governor in council. The regulation and the means by which it was created and amended is unconstitutional. The regulation and its effect breaches each of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Bill of Rights, and Section 35 of the Constitution Act of 1982. Specifically, the firearms purported to be banned by this order in council are obviously suitable for hunting and sporting purposes in Canada, because that is exactly what we have been doing legally with them for decades. So I hope by sharing the current situation in Canada, you can better understand that even with strict rules and regulations for gun owners, politicians can change the rules overnight. The facts surrounding the gun ban in Canada are real, and although we are fighting, we don't know where it leaves us. We all know that good people can be trusted and bad people just don't follow the rules. So why punish the good ones and ignore the bad? As our national anthem suggests, Canada is the true north, strong and free. Well, I'm saddened to say that as of May 1st of this year, my Canada isn't what it used to be, and freedom just doesn't feel the same for me. Thank you so much for your time. Stay safe and be good to each other. Thanks.
I really do appreciate that reminder, because it needs to be that very strong reminder to all of us that this can go away. And whether it's by legislative action, executive fiat, other methodology that exists, our rights are only a step or two away if we don't defend them. Who's up next, Cheryl?
We have John Crump waiting in the wings. Now, John wears many hats in the 2A advocacy conversation, including authoring this new book, Speaking with Giants. And it is my own personal autograph gathering book, because it is filled with many of the speakers we have on today and truly giants in the advocacy movement. And I love a recent quote that John Crump put out there. He said, they, meaning people who don't appreciate and like our rights and that we use them, they call us extremists. He says, I embrace that title. I am an extremist for liberty. I'm an extremist for freedom. As long as we are armed, they can't change that. And with those words, I give you my friend, John Crump.
My name is John Crump. I'm the Virginia State Director for Gun Owners of America, and I'm a journalist with MLN News. I support the Second Amendment because when I was a baby, my mom, me, and my 4 sisters were victims of a home invasion. What that home invader didn't know is my mom was armed with a .38 Special stub-nosed revolver. It didn't turn out the way he thought it was going to turn out. Without that gun, I might not be here today. Without that gun, I might be just another statistic. But if you're watching this stream today, you don't need me to tell you about the importance of the Second Amendment. In fact, a lot of the other patriots speaking here today are probably driving that point home to you. What I do want to talk about is the opposition. I want to talk to you about the anti-freedom side of the debate. I want to talk to you about the people that want to take away our rights. In my unique position as an investigative journalist and gun rights activist, it has given me the tools and the will to research the opposition. I'm going to share some of what I know with you today. First, these groups are scared. They fear you, and they fear how successful we have been in swaying public opinion. And emails obtained by MLN between the anti-gun group known as Giffords and anti-gun governors like Murphy in New Jersey and Northern Virginia, we can see how afraid these groups are of new gun owners. In these emails, Gifford begged and pleaded with these governors to shut down gun shops during the COVID-19 scare. They were scared about the number of people exercising their rights to bear arms. They knew they were losing in the court of public opinion and looked to Big Brother to control the masses. But national groups like Gun Owners of America and Firearms Policy Coalition stepped up to file suits over these closures of gun shops and ranges, and they won. Local groups like Virginia Citizens Defense League used money from the explosion of people buying memberships to join the suits. Anti-liberty groups lost their collective minds. For years, they thought they could hamstring the NRA and would have free reign of getting any law passed that they wanted. What they didn't realize is that our side isn't AstroTurf. We aren't funded by billionaires. We are real grassroots. We are the Hydra. If you cut off one head, two more will grow. These groups started reaching out to friendly media sources to push crazy conspiracy theories about our leaders and legends on the pro-gun side. GOA has been targeted by these dishonest journalists. When I asked one of these reporters for the sources, they provided me with 3. One of the sources was the anti-gun magazine Mother Jones, and the other 2 sources cited Mother Jones as their primary source. Funny enough, these were the same source on email to all journalists across the board. What was the source of the now dead website that did pitch a conspiracy theory? But it wasn't a post from anyone from GOA. It was a post from a random user that happened to also quote GOA's stance on gun-free zones. I guess if you can't beat them with facts, make something up. They even started attacking politicians accepting our endorsements. I wrote an article exposing what was going on with these news sites and showing how the sausage was made. And guess what happened? They started writing hit pieces on me. They started trying to silence me. It only shows how effective I am. Later on, I called out Facebook for allowing the French government-funded AFP to mark articles from Cam Edwards and Rachel Malone as being false. These articles highlighted Kamala Harris's attack on the Second Amendment. Nothing in these articles were false or exaggerated. I even posted the amicus brief that Harris filed in the Heller decision, and Facebook marked that false. I reached out to Facebook for comment and wrote an article about the social media giant allowing foreign election interference. They did remove the false tag, but they never responded to me. Well, they never responded to me in email. They did ban my public page and my personal account for life over the reporting. If they thought I would go quietly into the night, they don't know me. With the help of GOA, I, who worked for Facebook in the past, filed an FEC complaint against the media giant. We are not descendants of cowards, and we will not be silent. I want to leave you with a challenge. Rattle cages. If you are in the closet about your support of the Second Amendment, it is time to come out. If you are just paying dues to gun organizations, it is time to get off the bench and into the game. We need citizen lobbyists. We need citizen ambassadors. We need you. Thank you, and keep up the good fight.
Thank you, John, for your continued advocacy and support of the Second Amendment. Mr. Pincus, who's up next?
Next, we have someone who has started one organization, taken over leadership of another organization, and really brave, incredibly powerful, great story, and a great message coming up from Aaron Paulette.
Hello, my name is Aaron Paulette, and I am the National Coordinator of the Pink Pistols and the founder of Operation Blazing Sword. The Pink Pistols were founded in July 2000, and its philosophy is armed queers don't get bashed. I founded Operation Blazing Sword the day after the 2016 Pulse Massacre to facilitate firearms education for gun-curious queer people who wanted a gun for self-defense but didn't feel comfortable going to gun stores or shooting ranges. Both organizations merged in 2018, which makes us the largest pro-gun queer group in the United States, if not the world. It may come as a surprise to some people that I am queer and support the Second Amendment, but how can I not? According to a study by the National Coalition of Anti-Violence Programs, as many as 25% of all queer people are victims of hate-based violence. In fact, 60% of all hate violence in 2017 was against queer people. If the Pulse Massacre taught us anything, it's that we are no longer hated as individuals by those who wish to do us harm. We're hated as an entire demographic. We can no longer make excuses that a victim of hate violence was in the wrong place at the wrong time or made a pass at a homophobe. Instead, it is obvious that those who want us dead are willing to seek us out to make that happen. In any emergency which affects us, we are our own first responders. I don't carry a tourniquet because I think I'm a paramedic. I carry one because if a loved one is bleeding out, they could die in the time it takes for an ambulance to reach me without immediate medical attention. I don't have a fire extinguisher in my kitchen because I think I'm a firefighter. I have one because it gives me the ability to respond immediately to a small fire instead of waiting helplessly while my house burns down. And I carry a gun not because I think I'm a police officer, but because if my life is threatened by someone intent upon causing me harm, I can drive them off or hold them at gunpoint instead of being at their mercy until the police arrive, which, in the case of the Pulse Massacre, was over an hour. In The Rights of the Colonists, Samuel Adams wrote that we have a right to life, to liberty, and to property, as well as the right to support and defend those other rights as best we can. I am here to tell you today that our right to life is meaningless if we lack the ability to defend it from those who mean to take it from us, and that's why I support the Second Amendment. Firearms are the great equalizer which allow the weak, the disabled, the elderly, and the ill to defend themselves with an equal or greater chance of success against those predators who are larger than us, stronger than us, have a position of power over us, or who outnumber us. Guns, like fire extinguishers and tourniquets, give me the tools I need to defend my life, my home, and my loved ones while waiting for the professionals to arrive. It is because of that I believe gun rights are human rights, just as queer rights are human rights. In fact, I believe that gun rights are queer rights, and the logic behind that is quite simple. I have the right to live. There are people who wish to end my life because I am queer. Guns allow me to defend my queer life. Therefore, guns preserve queer lives. Guns cannot preserve queer lives if queer people cannot carry them. Gun rights means that all law-abiding citizens can carry guns for self-defense. By carrying a gun, I can defend my queer life. Therefore, gun rights are pro-queer. The right to self-defense, gun rights, are human rights. Loving whomever I want, my sexuality, is a human right. Living as I wish, my gender identity, is a human right. Therefore, gun rights are queer rights, and both are human rights. Ultimately, I want everyone to understand that the gun community and the queer community have more in common with each other than they realize, and instead of rejecting each other over our differences, we need to focus upon our similarities. Both groups believe in rights, especially the right to love whomever we want and the right to defend our lives effectively. We may disagree on which rights are more important, and we may disagree on how best to implement those rights and their associated responsibilities, but we ultimately agree that rights are paramount. Both groups believe that life is precious and worth protecting. Ultimately, we both want to prevent the murder of innocent people, and that is inherently noble. And both groups believe that silence equals death. If our voices cannot be heard, then we might as well not exist in the mind of the public, and that is how we become marginalized and stepped upon. We are more alike than different. Let us unite in our belief that life is precious and worth defending, that our rights are sacred, and that we refuse to give them up no matter what the politicians say. Let us defy those who seek to divide us by welcoming those who are different and showing them that their lives matter and have value to us. And let us embody the principle that the Second Amendment is for everyone, liberal and conservative, queer and straight, by making firearms ownership as diverse as the rest of our great country. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron, and I'm proud to serve with you on the board of directors for the Pink Pistols, and thank you for your continued advocacy of both LGBT rights and Second Amendment rights. Miss Cheryl Todd, who's up next?
We have my friend Jim Irvine. Now, how does a professional airline pilot become a major voice in school safety measures and 2A advocacy? Well, our next speaker, Jim Irvine, embodies both of those things because his passion is his work with school safety related program called Faster Saves Lives. And he also understands that, unfortunately, even though the Second Amendment is a non-political issue, that our advocacy and at the ballot box is as important as anything. I give you Jim Irvine.
Hi, my name is Jim Irvine. I'm a board member with the Second Amendment Foundation, the Buckeye Firearms Foundation, and a director with the Faster Saves Lives. I want to thank you for joining us today and for checking out this video. I want to talk a little bit about some elections. Now, the presidential election gets a lot of attention. It has the most amount of money, most amount of airtime and debates and TV and all this other stuff. And that's okay, because the President of the United States is the most powerful person in the world. But there's other elections that are equally critical to you and I and our rights. One of the most important things our president does is nominate judges. Now, the U.S. Supreme Court, again, gets all the attention, but the appeals court is where 99% of the cases are really decided, as well as all of the lower courts. So those judges, while nominated by the president, are confirmed or not by the U.S. Senate, making the Senate absolutely critical to who our judges are for these lifetime appointments that establish our freedoms throughout the entire country. So while freedom and safety should be nonpartisan issues, the sad reality is the National Democratic Party has taken an absolutely hostile approach towards our rights and our freedoms. Don't take my word for it. Look at their platform. They make no bones about the fact they're not interested in taking our guns or a gun ban. Their intention is clear. They want to destroy the entire firearms industry, the community, you and I, and our rights. That is what they're after. And if they take control of the Senate, they're going to block any judge that doesn't support their radical mission. So it's critical that we maintain a Republican control and a pro-gun control of the U.S. Senate. Now, the reality is, as important as those federal races are, most of our firearms restrictions come at the state level, not the federal level. For an example, compare the radical laws in New York, New Jersey, California to those in other states like Pennsylvania, Florida, Montana. The state laws are really the most restrictive and where most of the rubber meets the road for us and our freedoms in our daily lives. So I want to implore you to get involved in your local state house and state Senate races, as well, obviously, as your governor and other races. But those are really important. But let's drill down a little further. In concealed carry classes, people often ask, hey, if somebody does something to me and I respond and then they do this and I shoot them, would I be prosecuted? And I always ask, well, where would this take place? Well, at home or at work or at the grocery store. So no, what county? And like, why does that matter? Well, in Ohio, we have 88 counties, which means we have 88 county prosecutors. And your state is set up, whether they call them prosecutors or solicitors or other things, it's basically the same system. You have a local attorney who's going to decide how to prosecute cases. Now, the same fact pattern in one county that may result in an aggressive prosecution and possibly conviction and destroying of a life, in another county might be no-billed and even be thanked for doing a civic duty and protecting yourself and your family and the community from a horrible killer. The same fact patterns play out differently based on who the judges and the prosecutors are. So your local prosecutor and judges are arguably some of the most important votes you'll ever cast. And they don't have the money, so you have to do your research ahead of time. And any discussion on voting would be lacking if we didn't get into school boards. And I know school boards aren't typically political and people don't pay a lot of attention to them, but they're critical. I want to commend your attention to the book, Why Meadow Died. This is written by Andy Pollock. His daughter Meadow died at Parkland. So none of us want our schools to be mentioned like Parkland or Sandy Hook. But the reality is the Obama administration held up Parkland as one of the best districts in the country and pushed their policies nationally, including your school district. So you may have the best school board in the country, but they may have adopted pieces of this radical agenda that allowed 18-1958, I'll use this number because I don't give cowards and killers the recognition they want. And as Andy Pollack points out in his book, an individual is really sick. Maybe the only thing sicker than him is the school district that, instead of treating him, fostered that sickness and then put it in a classroom beside kids just like yours. That is why his daughter died. And we all need to understand all of our kids are at risk. Because while our schools focus on standardized testing and graduation rates and scholarships and athletics, too many of them do not put an emphasis on safety. And that is what the Faster Saves Lives program is about. I'm very proud to be involved in it. I believe it's the best such program in the country, and I think undisputed that we've done more than anyone else. But it's important that you get involved. On the medical side of the stuff, understand that there are forces that are opposed to even treating the injured kids in school. They don't talk about it that way, but that is their policy, and it's rather sick and disgusting. So from the president to your local races, I encourage you to get involved, get informed, and be active, and encourage your friends too. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you in person.
Jim is, as was said in the comments, one of the busiest guys in the community. He's also now serving with Second Amendment Foundation, which is awesome. It's great to have him on the board there as well. Congratulations, Jim. It is next my pleasure to introduce another one of my co-hosts here, another one of the organizing committee members. Cheryl Todd is absolutely a friend and mentor to so many people in the community, and I consider her both as well. And that doesn't mean that we haven't had our disagreements. There will be some in the future, but she is someone that is incredibly dedicated to the Second Amendment and incredibly dedicated to mentoring others in their ability to share their messages. And that's what she does with Gun Freedom Radio with that other guy, Dan, who also helps empower her in that mission. And I am really excited to hear what she has to say live here at the Second Amendment Rally 2020.
Thank you so much, Rob. That was a wonderful introduction and so true, all of it. And always thank you to my other guy, Dan Todd, who without him, I couldn't do any of the advocacy that I do. I am excited to have a moment to stop and just kind of share some thoughts with our listening audience, our viewing audience, because I am a wife, I am a mom, and I am a grandma. And I am also a passionate supporter of our Second Amendment rights to keep and bear arms. So let's talk about the Second Amendment. We have come here today to celebrate and protect this idea, this value, this God-given right that we call the Second Amendment. But you've actually heard several speakers say that, and I agree, we all have friends and neighbors who, some are even gun owners, and they don't even know what the Second Amendment is. And if they have heard of it, then they've got this idea in their mind that it's political and therefore a no-no topic, something we can't talk about in polite company. Well, I am here to set the record straight once again, and as many times as I need to, that the Second Amendment, which was written into the Bill of Rights, which is part of our Constitution, is not political. What it is a precious and unique American constitutional protection, and it is a firewall. It's that firewall that was designed by our founders as a way to prevent power-hungry politicians and overbloated government from coming on this side of the firewall and impacting our personal lives and choices and decisions about how we protect our homes, our families, and our one and only God-breathed life. And it belongs to every single American citizen. And it will continue to, unless we, on our watch, allow it to continue to be used by the left and the right as a political football, to be kicked around and deflated and stuffed into the footlocker of historical footnotes. So how do we do that? How do we protect this idea, this value, this God-given right? Well, every single one of us must become educated, informed, and engaged, and we must vote. Not for slick politicians, but for public servants who will honor their constitutional oath and actually defend the Constitution as though their lives and ours depend on it. So now let's talk about the vote. I am going to speak to the ladies for a moment, but gentlemen, please don't tune out. This very much involves you as well. In a nation that is over 240 years old, women, just like me, have only been legally allowed to vote for 100 of those. Our nation just celebrated the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment, women's suffrage, the right for females to simply walk into a polling place and just vote. Most of us can't imagine that there ever was a time that that was a radical and extreme idea, but thankfully, for the foremothers of the women's suffrage movement, some of whom were thrown into jail over their efforts to be represented at the ballot box. Thankfully, we have the 19th Amendment. And wouldn't you think that once that right was secured through enormous effort, that women, wives, mothers, aunts, sisters, daughters would storm the doors of every single polling place to participate in every single election and use this right to protect every syllable of all of our other rights, most especially our right to keep and bear arms and to protect our one and only God-breathed life. But instead, too many of us have gone in exactly the opposite direction. We absent-mindedly have drifted past this amazing 100th centennial anniversary of this tremendous accomplishment. And so many of our rights have been voted away by women. We collectively had allowed politics, emotions, and outright lies to cause us to slip backward in our thinking. And we have voted in laws piled on top of laws that separate us from our freedoms. And inexplicably, we, in women, find ourselves seeking permission from the very government we had to fight to have even our most basic of rights. The right to vote, of course, but also the right to keep and bear arms. So how do I vote? Well, I'm a single issue voter, the Second Amendment, period. And here's why. The stance that a politician takes concerning the Second Amendment is much more revealing than they would like us to realize. You see, wrapped up in that one issue are that politician's attitudes towards my civil, human, personal, and women's rights, and also the rights of their minority and lower socioeconomic constituents. They ask for my vote to expand their power, to limit our freedom. Well, I say no. Because as a woman, I understand the important roles that women play in the lives of our families and in the power of our nation. And our rights to vote and to defend our homes, those are forever joined together. And by our example, ladies, we teach our children and our children's the values of showing up and speaking up to use the 19th Amendment to protect the Second Amendment in this election and in every election. So I will see you, ladies and gentlemen, at the ballot box.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. And one thing that I love about Cheryl Todd is her trademark polka dots. Anytime I see her on the road at gun events, it's always so delightful to see you and your delightful polka dots. Thank you for your Second Amendment advocacy and those great words. Mr. Rob Pincus, who's up next?
That was great, Cheryl. I want to remind everybody, we are coming into the home stretch now. So again, we're going to be trying to move a little quicker in the transition. So I'm going to, without saying anything else, give this right to a guy who has worked with a lot of great gun rights organizations. Normally we see him earlier in the morning. We're having coffee with him. But today he's going to talk to us here in the afternoon or evening, depending on where you are. It's Craig DeLuz.
In office who are going to stand for that fundamental right to keep and bear arms. That is at the core of our liberty. Our liberties are this very, it's this tapestry. And it's interesting because, we don't agree on everything. Matter of fact, most of us don't agree on anything, right? A lot of us don't agree. We all have something we disagree with people on. But folks, once we take away the fundamental right to be able to speak on that disagreement, to have discourse with one another, and then or to have address our government and seek redress from our government. Once we lose that, and then we lose the fundamental right, the ability to be able to defend ourselves when that very same government becomes tyrannical. When we lose those things, when those things are gone, then what we are as a nation is gone. Then what we have as a people, this great experiment will be over. So folks, I just want to encourage you. Let's not focus on the things that we disagree on, because here's the deal. On the things we disagree on, we'll go our separate ways and we will fight passionately for what we believe, and we'll fight passionately against each other. But on the things that we do agree on, fundamental liberty, freedom of speech, and the right to keep and bear arms, we need to stand together. Because see, it's in the 2A community where we are that America really is a melting pot, where we all can come together and say this: I believe in my fundamental right to keep and bear arms. That in the event that the government, whether it's your government or my government or those that we agree or disagree with, let's call it that, when they decide that they are going to become tyrannical, no matter who they are, then we have the ability to fulfill our fundamental right and our fundamental responsibility to throw off the chains of bondage from that tyrannical government. But that only happens if we continue to support that right. Anyway, folks, I want to thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you for being a part. God bless you. And remember, vote your values.
Thank you so much for that, Craig DeLuz. Earlier today, we heard not only DIANNA MULLER, but also Jim Irvine talk about the importance of getting involved politically and maybe even running for office, even at the level of school board. Well, Craig is the president of his local school board in California. So that is an example of doing something that I think we all can emulate. So thank you for doing that, Craig. And speaking of doing something, let's pause for just a moment to hear from a great organization that has an important message for all American gun owners.
Hi, I'm Michael Sedini, 2A rights advocate and founder of Walk the Talk America. In these times, it's more crucial than ever for gun owners to embrace their mental health. As many of you know, roughly half of all successful suicides are by firearm, while nearly 2/3 of all firearm deaths are from suicide. And of course, a disproportionate number of suicides by firearms are from us, gun owners, including our first responders, physicians, active military, and veterans. That is why WTTA has laser focus on the intersection of firearms and mental health. We implement programs that educate the mental health community about the challenges they may face when talking to the firearms community, as well as educating the firearms community about the misconceptions of seeking help from mental health professionals. By demystifying the counseling process, sharing accurate information, We can reach those in need via the communities they trust and let them know that they can seek help without fear of consequence. To find out more about our innovative ways for the gun community to present solutions that do not involve legislation or restriction, please visit WTTA.org.
I am incredibly proud to be part of Walk the Talk America, and Mike has done some incredible work with that. It's definitely something we need to be talking more about. You can learn a lot at WTTA.org. Chris, what's coming up next?
Coming up next is Mary Callison, who is a stay-at-home mom, small farm operator, and business owner who devotes her free time to helping run 1 million moms against gun control, as well as volunteering for the DC Project. Mary's sister was the survivor of a brutal home invasion, which has ignited her passion to help others become prepared to protect themselves and others. Mary Callison.
What if I told you a story so graphic you would think I was sharing an episode from the ID channel? What if I told you the things I described could become the daily norm if anti-gunners had their way? Imagine, if you will, a drizzling Saturday afternoon. A woman is packing items into her car to meet up with family to celebrate her mom's birthday. A stranger pulls into her driveway and asks her for money, to which she tells him she has none. He said he just needed a little to get back home. Again, she tells him no. She decides to go back inside the house as an unsettled feeling creeps upon her, leaving her personal items and phone in her running car. She locks the door and looks for the house phone when she notices the stranger has appeared near the back door. He's nervously looking into the windows and wringing his hands. She hears a knock, but only opens the small window to ask him what he wanted. The stranger says he needs to use her phone, but she tells him no, go down the road to use one. The stranger becomes incredibly agitated, and in 2 kicks, he shatters the door lock and gets in, while the woman, in a heightened state of panic, desperately tries to get away. She's overpowered by the stranger and finds herself in the struggle for her life. The stranger pulls her through the kitchen, grabbing a commonly owned kitchen knife, and stabs her each time she tells him there's no money here. She continues to struggle, bleeding and fighting. He's now picked up a large blunt kitchen item, which he hits her in the face with, breaking her nose and shattering her orbital socket. Still, she continues to fight with everything she has. He drags her through the hall, upstairs into a bathroom, and sexually assaults her before dragging her back downstairs, stabbing her one last time. The woman, beaten beyond recognition, finds the strength to get up, escaping out of the house, broken, bloody, and naked, to the neighbors, where she's finally able to call the police. On August 29th, 2015, this was not just a random story in the evening news. This was my family's absolute nightmare. My sister Melissa not only survived a brutal, random home invasion, but she helped put away an incredibly violent man, stopping him from hurting someone else. That's not always the outcome, and unfortunately for many, it is just the opposite. Just 2 weeks prior to the attack, we discussed going gun shopping and getting her firearms training completed on the very steps he dragged her up, but it was 2 weeks too late to stop that attack. Please don't let this be your story. Today, there are people fighting to take away your right to self-defense by a firearm, telling you they aren't needed. My sister's story isn't unique, and unfortunately, it's a reality for far too many men and women. Because of that, we can't be silent and watch as anti-gunners call to disarm us. When I became a 2A activist with 1 million moms against gun control in 2013, I never dreamed someone I knew, let alone a family member, would need to defend their lives. It was just something that happened to other people in the news. I had the "it could never happen to me because I live in a safe neighborhood" mindset. My reason for becoming an activist was motivated by the fact that Shannon Watts said she spoke for all moms and women after Newtown. The guns were evil and needed to be done away with. I wholeheartedly disagreed and needed to seek a way to be heard from my side. I couldn't sit and watch my 2A rights be eroded because of the disgusting acts of a few evil people. 2 years later, when Melissa's attack occurred, it hit me just how important it was to be able to have access to a tool that could ultimately save my or my family's lives. Anti-gunners would have you believe that firearms are evil, which is an absolute outright lie. I've seen evil, and he used a commonly owned kitchen knife to almost kill my sister. It isn't about an inanimate object. It's about the person's intent wielding that item. When anti-gunners tell me I don't need a gun to just sit and wait for the police, I tell them they don't understand police protocol and the absolute importance of time. Melissa's attack was approximately 10 to 12 minutes, an eternity for the one fighting for their life. When she escaped bleeding profusely from 17 stab wounds and a shattered face, finally able to get to a neighbor to call 911, it took them 2 to 4 minutes to get there, even though the police department is under 1 minute around the corner from her home. It then took an ambulance 19 minutes to get to her, in which any of those precious minutes could have been her last. We must continue to counter the anti-gun stance that you don't need a firearm. We need everyone to understand just how important it is to have a force equal or greater than that of the person attacking you. I've seen the outcome of what evil perpetrated on another defenseless person looks like, and it is absolutely horrifying. In fact, I don't believe I would have been able to identify my sister if she didn't survive. If women saw what I saw in that ER bed, they would be seeking training and education immediately. It is so important to share stories such as my sister's, not to create fear, but to create a sense of urgency to be prepared to protect. You don't get to choose the time and place of an attack. In 2016, both Melissa and I joined the DC Project, stepping outside our comfort zone in an effort to build relationships with and educate our legislators on why we carry. We share her story of survival, discuss how more gun laws create more victims, and that the very laws they believe are for good could lead to re-victimization, such as red flag laws. It is imperative that we all stand up, be bold, and have our voices heard, no matter how small you feel your voice is. Many men and women gave up their lives to keep us free, and the least we can do is get involved with our elected officials and be vigilant against tyranny. It's hard, intimidating, and it takes work, but it's important work. You know that anti-gunners are working tirelessly to remove our rights, so keep fighting. Anti-gunners will try to convince you that the 2A is outdated, to which we shall respond, is just as applicable today as it was when it was written. It is our duty to continue to fight against those who threaten our safety and freedom, standing against tyranny, training for self-defense situations, and being prepared to protect will never be outdated.
Mary, thank you so much for that powerful message. Rob, who do we have coming up next?
Next, we have an example, as far as I'm concerned, someone who has really done the business and the advocacy sides right in the gun community, Pete Brownell.
Welcome back. I'm Pete Brownell, chairman of the board of Brownells, and I want to spend my time talking specifically to the 3.5 to 5 million new gun owners that we have brought into the Second Amendment world since March, and there's plenty more coming. What is our responsibility to welcome these individuals and educate them into this new this new experience that they're having right now as being a new gun owner? So, we all grew up, and I can speak for myself, living the Second Amendment. It became part of our lives at a very early age, and we had a mentor that brought us up, be it a father, a grandfather, mother, grandmother, anybody in our lives, or somebody that helped us understand the vast responsibility we have as a firearm owner and what it means to us, not just as an individual, but as part of the community and part of a citizen of the United States. It's one of your rights. And to the 3.5 to 5 million new gun owners, this is your right, and you may be discovering it for the very first time. And what I'd like you to understand is that the Second Amendment started in 1776. It did not start the day you bought your firearm. It's been a doctrine that has been tested time and time again, all the way to the Supreme Court and throughout society, that says that you have an individual right to own a firearm to protect yourself, your family, your community, and your country. And I'd like you to go on this journey where you discover what the Second Amendment means to you. You may be discovering it for the first time. Well, I want you to listen to those people that have lived that Second Amendment lifestyle. Don't listen to the people that have never practiced the Second Amendment as being defined right now. Those people that like to pull apart our community by cutting fine hairs on what it means to be a firearm owner, what it means to own a firearm for your own protection or your community's protection, that want to take those things away, I'd question that. I'd go to those individuals that have practiced the Second Amendment. They do it on a daily basis. They have a level of expertise and training with them. And those people that are out there listening to this, that are those Second Amendment person in your community, please keep yourself open and answer questions. Let them come into your range, into your store, into your community, and help them understand what it means. That's a critical thing as we move forward, and a clear understanding of what the Second Amendment is going to mean historically and in the future. And please understand that we are already in an area where we have found from 1776 to today a center ground where we are and what the Second Amendment means in our society today. And that is, it's your individual right to own a firearm. That is, it's your civil rights and responsibilities to be a safe gun owner in America today. And with that comes a responsibility to be a good spokesperson for the Second Amendment in your communities as they start to form up. I encourage you to get out there as a new gun owner or as someone who's lived the Second Amendment your whole life. Broaden your arms, broaden who comes into your area of influence, help them understand how to be safe, help them understand what being a firearm owner means, help them start their own club so they can practice with people that are similar to where they come from, and they build their own community. We're all Second Amendment people. The Constitution is for everybody. Broaden your arms, broaden your vision, be a welcoming individual to understand what this civil right and civil liberty means to you and to those people that you're helping understand it for the first time. Take care. Live the Second Amendment life.
Thanks, Pete. I'm really proud to call you a friend, and I'm so impressed with your Second Amendment advocacy, and thank you for being with us here today. Mr. Rob, who's up next?
Next, we have the host of Armed American Radio, a very good friend of mine and a passionate advocate for our rights, member of the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms, Mark Walters.
Hey there, I'm Mark Walters, host of Armed American Radio and Armed American Radio's Daily Defense, and I want to welcome you inside Armed American Radio's Video Network studios, where we just got done doing the live broadcast for the day, and we're getting this video out for you for the virtual meeting here today because we're living in such crazy times. So let's just say that I'm sorry we can't meet face-to-face, but if the GRPC is any indication, well, this will be pretty successful as well. So we're here to celebrate today the Second Amendment. So I'm going to start with the Second Amendment itself. A well-regulated militia, that's us. Being necessary to the security of a free state, that's all of this. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It's pretty basic. Doesn't need any deconstructing. It means what it says, and it says what it means. Well-regulated, by the way, in 18th century Oxford English meant finely tuned and well-trained. Think a well-regulated clock, a clock that was working like a fine Swiss watch, right? That's what it means. So we understand these words. We know what it means, so we celebrate them. And what that means to me, because I have a very personal relationship with the Second Amendment. Back in 2002, I was forced to use a firearm to defend myself against the approaching actions of two individuals who appeared to be wanting to take me out of my car. And I had a firearm. I used it. I drew it. I pointed it at two individuals. And that ended the attack against me. And thank God I never had to fire a shot. But something else remarkable happened that day. I went home alive. I went home alive to my 2-week-old daughter, who turns 18 on November 2nd, and will be voting the very next day. More about that in just a moment and why it's so important. My son would subsequently be born 2 years later. My wife did not become a young widow, and they will lead their lives and go on to do the great things that they're going to do. Why? Because I had a gun that day, and I went home alive. So did the two criminals, but I didn't care about them. I cared about myself and my family and getting home, and I did. I didn't feel like dying that day. So I've never left my cave without my club ever since. Now, I want to take you to Virginia because something remarkable happened in Virginia. You see, for the first time in 25 years, Virginia, the Democrats took power in Virginia, all three levers of power in Virginia. And what they did is now a model for what the Democrats want to do at the federal level. We're going to talk about that very briefly. But what did the Democrats do when they first took power in Virginia? All three levers. They didn't fix schools. They didn't advance bills to fix infrastructure and fix the broken bridges. They didn't dump sand on the beaches to shore up the shoreline for erosion. They didn't do any of that. They rammed a massive gun control package through their state government halls that now gave the Virginia residents, many of whom are friends and family of mine, red flag laws, who in America, it's hard to believe we're talking about this, but now an unfounded accusation by someone you don't even know can be made against you in front of a judge, and the judge can order your things taken without your knowledge. And armed men and women will show up in force at your home to take your stuff. You knew none of it was going on. In America today, the judicial system and Constitution turned upside down on its head. Now, in addition to that, ERPOs, requiring background checks on all firearm sales, no more personal private transactions. Why is that important? Because the Obama administration let us know, but through their DOJ, that they don't work unless they're coupled with registration. And of course, one handgun a month is now the law of the land. All these things are now the law of the land in Virginia. This is the model that they want at the federal level. And if the wrong thing happens in just 10 days from today, let me tell you what's getting ready to be put in place. We can't celebrate something that no longer exists, can we? And they're doing everything they can to wipe out our Second Amendment. The truth is a harsh mistress. And this is what I deal with every single day as we defend and fight on behalf of the Second Amendment. I don't want to have to switch gears and have to fight to regain it because we've lost it. We can never let this happen. Joe Biden on his own website gives you just in the very litany of infringements, but the first three are most important. Number one, get weapons of war off our streets. He says, how? By number one, banning the manufacture and sale of assault weapons and high capacity magazines. Assault weapons, by the way, being our semi-automatic rifles. Yeah, every one of them. See Washington and California. He then says he will, through executive authority, also ban the importation of said weapons of war. Then number two, after background checks and after banning the weapons of war, he calls weapons of war, number two is regulate the possession of all those ones that are out there in the wild, my guns, your guns. How? By treating them as National Firearms Act firearms, requiring us to register them with the government. And number three, he then wants to buy them back. He didn't own them in the first place. This is forced confiscation. I tell you these things for a reason. We cannot celebrate what doesn't exist. If the wrong thing happens in 10 days from today, your Second Amendment freedoms are at stake. You will never recognize them again. And I, for one, would rather fight to take back as much of what we have right now and advance our gun rights than have to fight for the right to keep and bear arms because we lost it. So here's what you do in 10 days from today. You vote as if your guns depend on it, because they do. Unfortunately, the Democrats have made that very, very clear. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you on the radio.
Thank you so much for that. Mark Walters, he is such a firebrand. You never have to guess what Mark Walters is thinking. Chris, who do we have coming up next?
And we have another very, very fierce firebrand and very outspoken Second Amendment civil rights activist, Argo J.
A black man, a Muslim, a Jew, a gay guy, and a white woman walk into a bar. Are you waiting for the punchline? Keep waiting. I'm Argo J, and I'm an American gun owner. I know a lot of times you hear so many people say the Second Amendment is under attack like never before, and it's never been addressed like this, and they've never come for it. But in fact, they have. The Second Amendment is constantly under attack. It's constantly being pressured to be changed. And there's constant legislation being proposed to undo our rights and to infringe upon our freedoms as Americans. But it's our duty to make sure that that doesn't happen. And this is why. America is such a diverse place that it is no longer a joke for a multitude and a mixture of cultures to be together. But the one thing that connects us, aside from our differences, is the fact that we are American. And being American, we have freedom. We have rights. And our rights are important. None more so than the right to keep and bear arms. The right to keep and bear arms protect us for so many different reasons. And I'm not even just talking about from a tyrannical government, because we know, and as we've seen, government can be tyrannical, but more so the evil that lurks the streets of America. But the one thing that keeps us safe, the one thing that keeps our families whole, is the ability to protect ourselves, the ability to protect our loved ones, the ability to keep our families and keep the things that we work so hard for safe. The Second Amendment is not just a bunch of words on a piece of old parchment. It is a motto. It is a creed. It is an ethos. It is a code that we as Americans should adhere to and live by. We must protect our country. And if that means protecting our country from the inside out, then so be it. Evil sees no color. Evil sees no creed. Evil sees no religion, no sexual preference. Evil sees nothing but its own deadly intentions. Somebody asked a very near and dear friend of mine, how can we be Christian and still carry firearms? And the answer was simple. He said, I'm Christian, yes, but I carry a firearm to deal with those who refuse to listen to the sound of God's voice. And that hit me hard. Because contrary to popular belief, Just because I carry a gun doesn't mean I want to use my firearm, but I do want to have the right to protect myself at all costs. I do want to protect my son, my daughters, my neighbors, my parents, my friends, strangers, from those who would do us harm just because. I could go on ad nauseum as to how gun control is racist and the roots of it were just put in place to prohibit people that look like me from owning firearms. But I won't. Because it's not about history right now. It's about the future. We are up for a fight, and it is a fight to the death. Not because we want to be out here fighting, playing Call of Duty in the streets, but because it means that our children and our children's children may live in a country that is no longer safe for them to walk up and down the streets. And I will not stand by idly as that happens. People think because I'm a gun owner and I like guns that I'm a gun nut. Well, let me tell you this. I love guns. I love guns the same way I love the food in my refrigerator. I love the fact that my son knows that when he gets home, he can go in that refrigerator, make a sandwich, get a snack, drink juice, drink milk, do whatever he has to do to nourish his body and keep himself whole. That's how I love guns. Those same guns protect my son. They keep him safe. They keep him whole. They keep his family safe. They keep us away from evil. So expect us to protect that which we love. Expect us to take our liberties seriously. Expect us to hold on to our liberties with our dying breath. And expect us to fight for our liberties. We will not stand by silently. We will talk, we will preach, we will scream, we will yell, we will bellow until our lungs are free of all air and we cannot stand the suffocation anymore that is burdening us, that is burdening us, that is killing us, that is killing us. We must protect what matters most. We must protect our families, we must protect home, and we must protect our freedoms. It is up to you and you alone to protect yourself. But that protection doesn't start and stop at advocating for self-defense. It means being vocal. It means being visible. It means speaking out so that the world and the masses can hear you. It means saying, hey, our Second Amendment rights mean something. It means more than just standing still with a gun in your hand and your mouth closed. The time is always to open your mouth and speak out against what's wrong and to speak up for what's right. A black man, a Muslim, a Jew, a gay guy, and a white woman walk into a bar. There's no punchline. This is America. Make sure we preserve the Second Amendment. We protect the Second Amendment. We honor the Second Amendment. Because the time is always to do what's right. I'm Margo J. Stay safe, stay the course, and make sure you vote. Peace.
Powerful stuff, Jay. Thanks. The drive, the energy, that's what we want in the gun rights advocacy movement. Whatever your story is, whatever your version is, share it with people. Maybe share it through the Second Amendment rally next year. Right now, tell us who's up next, Cheryl.
Absolutely. We have Todd Fossey coming up. Now, Todd has spent his life training others to be safe with firearms, but also studying human behavior because he realizes that so often the battle for our rights is the misinterpretation of who we are as gun owners. Todd Fossey.
Dear friends, as I stand here before this beautiful Minneapolis backdrop, I am quickly reminded that the Second Amendment is perhaps more significant today in any time in our nation's history. The very reasons behind its creation are unfolding before our eyes in real time. We feel the tremors of societal turbulence, cities shaken, small businesses in ruins, bodies shattered, hearts broken, innocent lives extinguished. We are experiencing the shifting sands of societal chaos, witnessing the erosion of law and order and the foundational virtue of freedom. We understand that no amount of denial or magical thinking is going to cause this instability to cease. We are unwavering in our commission to preserve a free and secure society, rejecting all actions that diminish the virtue and security of others. And if the fault line should break and the ground violently shakes, we will be there to restore order. As advocates of the Second Amendment, we do not love our guns. We love what they stand for. We see them as a symbol that represents the inalienable human right to honorably defend hearth and home, life, and self-determination. To us, the Second Amendment is the gateway to liberty, and we, the citizens of America, are its gatekeepers. For the spirit of liberty lives within us, and the actions we take are a manifestation of this truth. Miles Monroe said, "There is truly no greater burden than freedom, no heavier load than liberty." This commission is a difficult one. It's not a novelty. Freedom can be messy, and it comes with a weighty responsibility. It can be a burden at times, but it's worth it. I'd like to welcome all of the new gun owners into the fold. You've made a wise decision. May I suggest you seek ongoing training with a qualified professional and practice on a regular basis. You have nothing to be ashamed of. It is your human right, and no one can take that right away from you. For those of you who don't own a gun, sell your cloak and buy one. You'll be glad you did. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy lives to support this worthy cause. Together, we form the unmovable fortress of freedom. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Todd, for those inspirational words and for joining us today. Cheryl, who's up next?
We have Rebecca Shmoy waiting in the wings. Rebecca is a spokesmom for 1 Million Moms Against Gun Control, and she also serves as the Kansas State Director for the DC Project. Here we have Rebecca Shmoy.
I'm going to start off by saying I'm a mom. I'm not a gun manufacturer, not a competition shooter, not a celebrity. I'm not even an instructor. I'm just a mom. And like all of you, I watched in horror as a deranged criminal committed a heinous crime in December of 2012. I hugged my children, I wept with my nation, and I watched. I watched days upon days of endless broadcast of the atrocity. I watched as conjecture and speculation quickly dissolved into the demonization of all gun owners. Suddenly, there was a spokesperson popping up on every news show, on every channel, using their newfound fame to engage in a form of emotional blackmail, claiming that she spoke for all American mothers and demanding that we relinquish our right to defend ourselves effectively, or else we would be treated as the enemy. In that moment, I knew that somebody must do something. These are my children, after all. They look to me to provide them with security and protection from everything from the monsters under their bed to the monsters down the street. Not only do I have the right, I have the responsibility to be prepared to protect myself and my children with the most effective and efficient tools available to me today. I looked around thinking, somebody must take a stand and speak up on behalf of these rights. And then it occurred to me, I am somebody, and I decided to speak. I began by speaking to family and friends, educating them on what their rights are and where they come from and why they are so important. Then I began to write letters to my representatives, from local to federal and everything in between. I found a group of like-minded women on social media and began publishing my experiences and my thoughts to an audience, which has since grown into several thousand daily active viewers. I speak at rallies, events, podcasts, and publish an article. I educate anyone and everyone who will listen that the fact is our right to defend ourselves and our children are not granted by the piece of parchment which we call the Bill of Rights. Our rights were not given to us by a document, a person, a party, or the government. Inherent rights have been yours since the moment you began. You have inherent rights simply because you exist. In fact, all the Second Amendment does is acknowledge that our right to defend ourselves with arms predates the country and the Constitution, and it outlines the restrictions which were placed upon the government to quell them from interfering with the how, what, who, when, and where we choose to engage in exercising our unalienable right to defend ourselves. Over the years, it has been my personal mission to not only vote and hold my elected representatives accountable to uphold their oath to the Constitution, but to build relationships with them to the point that they now seek my opinion on gun rights issues, even when they don't fully agree with me. It's important for you to know who your representatives are. However, it is much more important for them to know who you are. After all, it's impossible to represent the voice of someone who you've never heard from before. Now, as fulfilling and significant as all of that work is, more essential by far has been teaching my own children to be safe and proficient around firearms. Not because I expect them to be world-famous sharpshooters someday, but because if they know how to be safe, they also know if someone around them is being unsafe. The same holds true regarding their rights. If they know their rights, they will also know when someone is attempting to infringe upon them. It is my job to teach them to be prepared to protect themselves. But I must not stop there. I must also teach them to be prepared to protect their rights. You and I both know that the attack is relentless on individual liberty, liberty which hinges upon personal responsibility. We must accept the responsibility of defending our rights, because without free exercise of our rights, we are left no chance of defending our lives. My children, your children, deserve to be protected from both those who would threaten their lives as well as those who threaten to restrict their rights. We owe it to them to train them up to be competent and confident in the protection of their rights and understand the restrictions our founding fathers purposefully placed on the government's interference of those rights. I am just a mom, and as a mom, it is my right, my obligation, and my honor to ensure that my children are taught these truths so that they can in turn pass freedom on to my future grandchildren and my great-grandchildren after that. I am just a mom, and if I can find my voice and speak up for the protection and preservation of my rights for the next generation, so can you.
Rebecca does so much great work, and I really enjoy her delivery of her message too. It's a message that more people need to hear, and I'm glad that she joined us this year at the recommendation of one of last year's speakers, Timothy Knight, who I know is watching in the comments. Chris, what's up next?
All right, up next is Kim Stolfer, who's the president of Firearms Against Crime, which is a statewide grassroots political action committee. Kim Stolfer.
My name is Kim Stolfer. I am president of Firearms Owners Against Crime. I'm honored to have this opportunity to talk with all of you. Our organization has been around since 1994, and we are a registered political action committee. We grew out of the gun wars, if you will, from the early 1990s here in Pennsylvania. As part of that, we realized that a stronger grassroots presence was absolutely essential if we were to avoid becoming a state like New Jersey or California, which we were well on the way to. And to that end, we were determined to get the average gun owner involved. Many in the gun community don't think that they can have any effect whatsoever on the political process, but I'm here to tell you that's absolutely false. I want to encourage all of you to get involved. And I say this because here in Pennsylvania, we have 5 million gun owners. We have 1.19 million citizens with a license to carry concealed firearms. Just imagine those numbers if they all voted. Sadly, that's not the case. But if they did, there wouldn't even be a question of Pennsylvania being a battleground state. Too many of us believe that we are not going to be able to do anything about effective public policy. But again, our organization's all volunteers. We've been able to do everything from stop absolutely constitutionally repugnant legislation, to right license to carry concealed law, to also Castle Doctrine, which I personally wrote here in Pennsylvania. And I tell you that only because I want you to understand the importance of your involvement and the clear ability of every citizen to have an incredible impact on the public process. I have seen legislators run from their office in terror because they received a half a dozen phone calls or emails. They want you to remain in the dark. They want you to remain quiet and to go away. But the fact of the matter is that we have millions upon millions of gun owners with incredible talents and skills. I'm sure you're one of them as you're viewing this. Let's put that energy to good use. Let's make sure we're able to go after those who support gun control. Gun control, in our view, is a complete and utter failure. From the 1968 Gun Control Act 52 years ago to the current iteration of red flag laws. There is no justification whatsoever for this, because understand, we don't predicate freedoms and rights based on the misdeeds of others. And that's exactly what's at the heart of the gun control fight. Were you being told that we have to sacrifice our freedoms because the government doesn't trust us? Well, I'm here to tell you the hell with that. I will not submit to that. I'm a United States Marine. Many of the members of our organization are military, are law enforcement, ex and current, as well as average citizens. And I can tell you we are committed to standing strong in the face of this anti-gun, unconstitutional onslaught. This could very well be our darkest hour, as Winston Churchill once said. And if that's the case, then the only solution to this is all of us banding together. And that begins on November 3rd. And between now and then, we truly have to get involved, because otherwise we will not only lose our country, but we will lose our soul. It will relegate constitutional rights to the backwater of a country that was once proud and great. I'm not ready to sacrifice that, and I hope you aren't either. I could spend hours talking about the failure of gun control, especially here in Pennsylvania. But the fact of the matter is that we will not yield to these anti-gun individuals, but we certainly will stand our ground. And I'm asking you to do that too. Get your friends involved. Don't let them turn off the discussion of whether or not this is a freedom, a civil right. Don't let others do it either. Challenge the media. Make sure that they understand that you're not going to go away. Go down to their offices, the media that is. Ask to speak to these people. Write your op-eds. Join other campaigns. Get involved and go walking door to door. But make sure whatever you do, you put as much pressure on it as you can and try to do something every day. That's our motto. We're going to do everything we possibly can to fight rights and freedoms of all Americans, especially all Pennsylvanians. So please understand that I'm honored to speak with you, and I'm here to tell you that you can make an incredible difference. But if you don't get involved, then you have no one to complain about but the person looking back at you in the mirror. I wish you all the best. And again, I'm honored to speak with you. God bless you all. And let's show up and let's get ourselves involved. God bless and Semper Fidelis. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that, everybody. Some technical difficulties. So up next is Eric Blandford, otherwise known as Iraq Veteran 8888 on YouTube. He's an amazing guy, and here's what he has to say.
Hey guys, Eric with Iraq Veteran 8888 on YouTube here. Want to take a moment to talk to you about the Second Amendment, and I definitely want to thank the folks, organizers of the virtual 2A rally, for giving me an opportunity to talk about it a little bit and discuss it here. I would love to take a moment to speak candidly with you. The energy last year at the physical rally on the Hill was electric, and I was very proud and honored to give the opening statements on Capitol Hill that day. And the energy and the smiling faces and the love that I saw from those people in that crowd was probably one of the most intense things I've felt in my entire life. It was so special to me. And I want to thank all of you so much who made it last year. I know Breitbart covered it. Lots of folks covered it, lots of photos, and just the energy was amazing. And thank you guys so much for being an integral part of that. And thank you for tuning into this virtual rally. And I think it goes without saying that a lot of the folks that you've heard speak already have already laid out so many reasons why the Second Amendment is so fundamentally important to us as a society and us as a people, right? It's an ingrained part of our culture, our heritage. Our country was founded upon the concepts of firearms ownership. And it's really important that we maintain that solidarity, that we maintain the diversity. That was one thing last year, and moving out of last year into getting into this year, that has impressed me and humbled me so much, is the amount of diversity in the Second Amendment community. So many strong women getting in there and defending themselves, buying guns. We've got more lady gun owners in our ranks now than ever. And believe me, guys, if mama ain't happy, nobody's happy, right? So we've got some ladies that are protecting themselves, and I love seeing that type of stuff. There's so many different people from so many different walks of life and different backgrounds coming together to show solidarity for our rights. Folks of various creed, religions, no matter what race, affiliation that you might have, the Second Amendment is that blanket statement that we all wrap around us, right? And we move forward in power with it together as a people, and we protect our rights. All of the other rights enshrined in the Constitution are nothing without the teeth to protect it. And the Second Amendment is those jaws that grab at those that would dare to infringe on any of our rights. And the Second Amendment, unfortunately, has never been under more fire, under more scrutiny than it is now. And we have to really fight against the anti-gun establishment. To do everything that we can. We have to contact our reps. We have to do rallies. We have to get together and show them that we're willing to show solidarity against their efforts. The anti-gunners are well funded. Okay. They have their pockets, hands in the pockets of all the media, all social media, the politicians. So we're up against a very, very wealthy globalist establishment that has endless amounts of money to fight against us, to install the regime that they want. And this election has never been more important. And we know Biden's record on guns is very, very terrible. And his policy that he lays out for the Second Amendment basically attempts to gut the Second Amendment. All right. And that's just what he'll tell us he's willing to do. So this election is very important. Go forward and vote with your conscience and vote with your heart and vote for the Second Amendment. Now, there are things about Trump that in previous videos I have expressed my concern over his bump stock ban. Of course, we see the things going on with Q and the potential, what would lay down the groundwork for the potential banning of braces. All right. So the honey badger is on the block right now. But what happens tomorrow is now it's going to be every single braced firearm. now they were able to, send a letter to Q saying, oh, well, we're going to ignore this situation for 60 days. Oh, well, how convenient. Of course, they want to see if there's going to be a potential regime change. So then they can, hit the iron even hotter after, if Biden were to get reelected. So this is a very important year for gun rights, not only from the standpoint of we have an extremely anti-gun president or, potential candidate running for office in Biden, but also we look at Amy Barrett and the importance of her nomination and hopefully her confirmation as the Supreme Court justice. Amy Barrett has proven to be a very, very conservative and even tempered woman. So we hope that she will do really great things for the Second Amendment and that we can bring some of these two-way Supreme Court cases up for, votes and a hearing and actually give us a little bit of a voice in that regard. The Second Amendment has been treated as a second-rate right. And the time has come for us to finally take all of these Supreme Court cases and do something with them and hopefully restore long-lost rights. Thank you guys so much for listening to me. Tune in to our videos for more information. We have our series called Gun Gripes. We talk about all types of things in the 2A world. We are very involved in the 2A world. Thank you guys so much for giving me a bit of your time. I hope you all have a wonderful day. And I know I never say it, but I care deeply about all of you. And I want you all to be safe and happy and take care of your families. We will see you soon. Have yourselves a great day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the speakers. And we will catch you on the flip side. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Eric. Eric was our kickoff speaker last time. He just became the last speaker on our Ops Lens feed. So if you're watching on Ops Lens, that feed, we could only get 3.5 hours of time on that feed. So head on over to our YouTube, maybe head on over to the Rally for Your 2A Rights and watch the last few speakers. The rest of you, we've had hundreds and hundreds of people watching on a bunch of different streams all the way through. We really cannot tell you how much we appreciate that. Click the share button. Let's get that number up for the end because we've got some great speakers coming up. Chris, who's next?
So coming up next is none other than Maj Touré, who's the founder of Black Guns Matter, which is a Second Amendment civil rights activist group that is educating urban Americans about their Second Amendment rights. Maj Touré of Black Guns Matter.
What's up, solutionaries? What's up, patriots? Patriots. What's up, friends and enemies? Because they're there. I'm here to talk to you about the Second Amendment and the state of it. Had a great time last year with the Second Amendment rally. The Second Amendment is for everyone. I mean, obviously, that's the name of the situation, and we agree with that. But I'm not here right now today to talk to you for this next 2 or 3 minutes about something that's actually good. I'm actually here to talk to you about how we as a Second Amendment community have failed. Right now, last year was a great time in DC. It was a bunch of people. We had a great outdoor situation. The staff and the team put together so many diverse, different people from backgrounds. Some of you don't even like each other, but you came to be a part of that. And now this year, as we're talking about the Second Amendment, all of us are forced to do it from a digital space in a phone because your government told you that you cannot have a peaceable assembly. Your government told you that for safety, you have to individually isolate yourself and get yourself checked out if you're feeling a little feverish. Not because they really care about you, but because they don't want you to get together. And I get it. In the beginning, you want to be considerate of others and you want to make sure that nobody's dying for something that seemed to be unprecedented. 14, 15 days to stop the spread. That was in February or March. This is fall. How is that a glaring failure on us as the Second Amendment community? Well, as you all know, the Second Amendment is your ability to put your government on timeout for things that are unconstitutional, for things that are not in alignment with your individual liberties or freedoms. And that doesn't mean be irresponsible. That means that when the data presents itself and we know that something that they said is for your safety is no longer what they initially presented it as, it's time for shit to get back to normal, not a new normal. And in the midst of months and months and months of everybody's saying and thinking and feeling like maybe this is a political hoax, even though the disease, the China virus, is actually real. We think that this is being used as a political play. And we've all said for months now, around November, around election time, they'll start to change their tune. And they have. The Health Organization has reversed their stance, saying that lockdown should not be the primary issue. It's what we've said as patriots from the very beginning. Healthy people should be healthy, and unhealthy people that are more at risk should isolate or segregate or quarantine themselves. And now, months later, after entire economies and individual businesses and family businesses and small corporations have vanished, some forever, now the WHO and the CDC is saying what was better for the people half a year ago. And no one from the Second Amendment community utilized their Second Amendment to save their economy, to save the people, or do anything other than post memes. It's a blatant contradiction to what the actual reason for the Second Amendment is. And we, you and I, me included, have failed. I think about some of the great solutionaries and patriots and revolutionaries. Some of them are, fought against racism. Some of them fought against taxation. Some of them fought against sexism. And all of these great women and men are probably turning over in their graves right now because of our apathy, laziness, and lack of heart. So, from the tour bus, on the way to Detroit, I challenge you to stop being marshmallow and use the Second Amendment for what its actual intended purpose is. All of your heroes that did so were all criminals, and they knew the cost. It seems nowadays everybody knows the things but doesn't want to pay. So I challenge people to evaluate your payment, if you're paying enough into it, and take off that fucking mask. Second Amendment is for everyone. Be safe. Be solutionary.
I gotta love Maj. He always says it exactly the way he's thinking it, and I absolutely don't disagree with you, Maj. Thank you so much for that. Coming up next, my fellow presenters and the guy who really has been the driving force behind the last 2 years of us meeting together for this amazing rally. Rob Pink, as I was saying, as I was trying to decide how to introduce him, I was saying I could just start randomly mentioning things that are done in the Second Amendment world, and I would probably hit everything he does because he's so involved and he's so busy. He is a professional trainer and an author. He's also serving on the board of 2AO.org and Walk the Talk America. I'm so proud to be able to introduce you to Rob Pincus.
Thanks a lot, Cheryl. I tell you what I want to do. We're running late here. Everybody knows that. And I'm going to yield most of my time back to the community. What I'm going to ask you to do is go back and find that time step. You go to YouTube and you can go in and you can hit share and it'll let you pick a time to start at. Pick your favorite speaker, whoever it is. Maybe do this 2 or 3 or 5 times. If you can't make up your mind, that's okay. But become a gun advocate right now. Become a gun rights advocate right now, today. We still got a couple more speakers. Don't pick your favorite yet coming up, because that's really what I was going to talk about anyway. I'm going to post my video along with the collection of all of these videos are going to get chopped up. And we're going to post them to the 2A Rally Facebook. We're going to post them to the 2A Rally Instagram TV. We're going to put them on the 2A Rally YouTube. And you're going to be able to see these. They're going to live forever. And we're going to get thousands and thousands of more views, just like we did last year after the fact. And that's great. I appreciate everyone who you've seen and the people that you haven't seen. Remember, yes, you've seen my face involved with the rally for the last couple of years, but there are people behind the scenes. There are people who've been funding the rally last year. There are people who are ready to fund the rally if we were in DC this year. As it was, we had an almost entirely volunteer group of people who are taking care of the technical stuff behind it. Paul Lathrop has been coordinating all of this, and he's not the only one in the background that's been handling the technicals. But to my public committee members and to my private anonymous committee members, to the anonymous donors, and those who had committed to supporting this year, we didn't need your money, and all those companies out there like Gear Websites and Mission First Tactical who are out there spreading the flag and making sure that that money goes to good causes, or even just supporting their Second Amendment related businesses. That's great. So again, thank you to everybody. I'm going to post my message. My message is really all about how to become a better advocate, and to remember that the best way that you can be a gun rights advocate without having to do videos, without having to stand up in front of people, without having to confront people, is just be a responsible American gun owner. Because if we're not responsible, there are those out there who will try to legislate their version of responsibility upon us. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pincus. It has been such an honor to co-MC this amazing 2A rally, and we are coming into the home stretch. And so with that, our next speaker is Bree Michael Warner, who is the owner and lead firearms instructor of Tactical Inc. in New York City. Here's what she has to say in support of the Second Amendment.
We are not the enemy. It's a message that I've learned to make part of my story for good reason. See, I began to truly understand the importance of the Second Amendment in the wake of a tragedy. In 2013, after the very sudden passing of my first husband, I found my world utterly devastated. Every sense of security was pulled from beneath me and thrown into complete chaos. At the time, I was living in New York City, and I was working in entertainment and didn't have a clue that it would take losing so much just to find myself. In the midst of all this uncertainty, I was left feeling vulnerable and honestly facing two choices. I could either figure out a way to push through this, or I could just succumb to my grief. It would be my first lesson in self-reliance, I think, when I chose to somehow turn pain into purpose. Now, as a Christian, I leaned into my faith to help guide that path because I couldn't even see the road, but I knew God did. So I simply had to trust what he presented me. Which leads me to my second lesson that came shortly thereafter, and an introduction to firearms and this newfound ability to protect myself. Looking back, I can say that this was absolutely vital to my healing in every way. See, when all else fell out of control in my world, training to better safeguard myself and others actually reestablished my stability, and it led me to an even bigger purpose. Look, I discovered an inner confidence that I never had before, and a warrior spirit I never knew existed. Learning how to become both spiritually and physically prepared gave me a sense of direction and inspired a rebirth, personally and professionally. It also gave me a perfect opportunity to redefine the perception of gun owner by defying what so many believe that to be. I mean, look, actress turned firearms instructor turned law enforcement officer, especially in such a short amount of time, it made a lot of heads turn in my circle. And you know what? I'm thankful for it. All of it. Because see, every opportunity that I have to speak up for the Second Amendment and support others just like me who seek to be seen as the responsible gun owners that they are and not the enemy, that fuels my mission. So look, whether I'm working on a Hollywood set or on the range, it's important that I not shy away from who I am. And I declare that boldly. Same goes for each of us. Look, in one conversation, I may not change the world, but I might change the perception of one person, and that's a start. Do you know there's an estimated 131 million gun owners in America? That's about 40% of the US population. Think about that. 131 million Americans with a voice to be heard. But look, we have got to be bold and speak up everywhere we go. And yeah, have I had pushback in some areas of my professional worlds or even personal? Yes. But I've also gained the trust of so many who want to understand. They're seeing the world changing around them and they're afraid. And at the end of the day, we're all Americans. So as a patriot, it's my duty and my honor to help spread wisdom and not animosity by sharing my story. The Second Amendment represents not just freedom to me, but a roadmap back to self-preservation. It gave me that purpose that I was seeking, And honestly, without it or God, I don't know where I would have ended up today. But what I do know is that it means something for each of us. So we have to fight with everything we have to stay strong, stay prepared, and never forget all that was lost getting here. We each have a story to tell, so tell it. The collective volume of 131 million voices is unmistakable and has way more power than we give it credit for. Our boldness matters. Our vote matters. Our ability to build bridges when so many would rather burn them matters. One conversation may not change the world, but it may change one perspective that indeed we are not the enemy. And that's a start. Thank you so much. I am so glad to be part of this today with you guys, and I hope you're feeling inspired and encouraged. God bless.
Wow, thank you so much, Bree, for that. And, you know, it makes me think about some figures that we never get to hear bantered about in the mainstream media, and that is that over 2.5 million times every year, guns are used to save and preserve life, and 200,000 times a year, women prevent sexual assault because they are responsibly armed. It's an incredible thing, and we need to think about that more. Rob, who do we have bringing us home now?
Well, this is, to me, you know, you have to remember when we looked at this, and of course, you know this, Cheryl, but for the audience, when we look at the mix up of how we schedule people in, a lot of it really just comes to creating diversity. Some of it's superficial diversity. Most of it's diversity of thought, as I mentioned earlier, categorical diversity to keep it fresh and keep everyone engaged. But you do sort of, you know, you'd have to make sure the right person is leading us off to set the tone, and the right person closes us out to put an exclamation point on it. And this next speaker is, again, one of the newer voices in the Second Amendment community, but he's not new to fighting for his rights and defending the rights of others. And I think this is a great way to remind everybody why we're all here. Captain Sergeant Tim Peterson.
Free Americans of all colors and creeds deserve to feel safe in every community. It's this. Armed, free Americans. We have a huge problem in our country today. The foundation of our union is under attack by gun-grabbing politicians, Karens, and social media companies printing money shadow banning us, tearing apart the Second Amendment community using race and politics. I'm Captain Sergeant Peterson. I served at home and abroad for 15 years in the U.S. Army, in the U.S. Air Force. My mother was black, and we protested injustice in Minneapolis for as long as I can remember. I spent 33 years of my life in the neighborhood where a free American, George Floyd, was murdered. Free Americans like inner city mentor and concealed carry permit holder Rolando Castillo are being murdered by our government. While a few weeks earlier and a few miles away, I was pulled over for the exact same offense. I was not ticketed, but asked by the officer what I was carrying joyfully. If that's not white privilege, how do you make a stronger case? For far too long, racism has been tearing our country apart. The first blockbuster movie was The Birth of a Nation, a movie that glorified the white knights of the KKK, saving the nation's white girls from being raped by actors wearing blackface. Nixon started the war on drugs using the same racist fears of Mexican, black, and Asian thugs getting white women addicted to weed and opium, turning them into prostitutes. The president has inflamed these fears and taken our gun rights to boot. July 2nd, 1863, free Americans of the Minnesota 1st Volunteer Infantry Division, outnumbered 5-1, lost 82% of their men, are credited with saving the Union while fighting racism at Gettysburg. 80 years ago, free Americans of all colors and creeds destroyed the Nazis and liberated the racist concentration camps. 60 years ago, my mother was surrounded by people saying, "Get that N off the bus, we're going to lynch her." 30 years ago, free Americans organized and led by my black mother protested injustice in the neighborhood where George Floyd was murdered. 20 years ago, free Americans were brutalized in front of me by the Minneapolis police force too many times to count. Free Americans with my 1/8 African ancestry allowed to marry whites until 5 years before my birth. Free Americans, including my white wife's ancestors, fought for freedom in the American Revolution. Free Americans of the First Nations had their land stolen with treaties that continue to be dishonored today. For color came home from World War II with medals of honor on their chest and were spit on and called boy once they hit our shores. Free Americans were placed in Japanese internment camps in World War II, then fought for Korea's freedom a few years later. Free Americans are scared to have cell phones in their hands at traffic stops in their own neighborhoods today. George Floyd, a free American, had his life extinguished by the government. Don't think that can't happen to you. What stops our government from attempting a takeover? As the Japanese said, a rifle behind every blade of grass. Who holds that rifle? Free Americans. A free American, Martin Luther King, once said he had a dream. When he had that dream, he wanted a concealed carry permit. Only after his assassination would the government pass gun laws in response to Malcolm X's Black Panthers open carry. This inspired us being here today. Mama, mama, can't you see? People kneel for liberty. It's not about the flag or the anthem. It's about living up to the Constitution. Gun rights are civil rights, and all gun laws are racist. Who prevents the government from taking more and more of our liberties away? Free Americans. Patriots. Who are we? 157 years later, in that very same state where the 1st Minnesota Infantry was mustered, on the same streets I recruited for that militia, and in the same city where my mother and I protested injustice, George Floyd was murdered. Let us take inspiration from the patriots on the streets the night of his murder, inspired by the LA riots, roof Koreans, Native, white, and black patriots carrying AR-15s, protecting a Muslim American-owned smoke shop. Reporters asked who they were. Their response was simple: free Americans. What made those streets safe? Armed, free Americans. We need to protect the Second Amendment for all Americans to make sure there is truly liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Captain Sergeant Tim Peterson, for bringing it home. What a powerful speech and what a 2022 rally. So in my closing remarks, it has been such a delight to be a part of this grassroots rally where everybody dedicated and volunteered their time to be with us here today. And there were hours that went into making today's event a huge success. I'm Top Shot Chris Chang. I'm going to hand it over to Cheryl Todd for her closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Chris, for all that you do and for being a part of this and including me, allowing me to be a part of it. And my closing remark is I just want to ask a favor of everyone who's listening. I want you to keep these conversations going. Take these ideas, these thoughts, these, sound bites even that you've heard all day today, and take them into conversations in your sphere of influence. And then bring them back to the videos so people can see for themselves. And I just appreciate all of your time and all of your attention. And I want to hand it back over to Rob with just a huge thank you. And also to Diana, who wasn't able to be here with us at this final day, but who I know was filling in for me before I got tacked on. So thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you, Cheryl and Chris, and everyone who obviously spoke. Everyone, again, who I've already mentioned some of them in the background. Paul Lathrop can't get enough applause for this. His position now in moving forward is going to be obviously celebrated, I think, by a lot of people because of the way this went. And the things that he does for the community, AMCON, GRPC support, all the things that he and his wife, Susan, do, including her support of him, really do mean a lot to us and to this rally today. One thing I do want to mention is I mentioned there was going to be a giveaway from Gear Websites. One of the 2A rally flags. You can get your own. You can see it down there in the corner, unless you go by Guns and Barbecue on the YouTube comments, because you're going to get a flag. Gear Websites will take care of that. That's all I have is the code name for the winner of that flag. But thank you for supporting Gear Websites, who supports the rally, and everyone who supports the rally. Thank you all very much. We've got one more special thing for you to close out the 2020 2A rally. Please do subscribe, like, share, post. Hit the Join Now button at secondamendmentrally.com so that we can keep you posted about what we're going to do in 2021, because we're going to do something. Hopefully we're all together again.
Okay, thank you everyone for stopping by and watching this. We are actually late starting the Saturday evening chats, so I am going to go ahead, end this, and jump on over to the Saturday evening chats live stream, where we can keep talking about everything and having some fun over there. So see you in about 3 minutes.